Okay. I think we are good. Um. They look good. Okay. What do I want to start with? I feel like I already prepped for ETA, and I feel like ETA is gonna be the scary one this week. So we'll go with that. Oh gosh, this is autumn, so
Hi, fellow
next
time
week
traveler.
we're not gonna have any of the hex buffs, which is great. Love it.
Felmir,
Archimedia,
Farva, ready when you are.
yes.
Stand by for
I
temporal
need to go in
shenanigans.
public though.
Dude, the future rocks.
Let me test something. Oh, that's why. That doesn't update as much as I want. I'll have to maybe figure something like some alternative out for. I'll have to figure an alternative out for that. There we go.
Get your loadout ready because once you're locked in, I cannot
Did I
play.
even put myself on public? I don't think I did. I did. Okay.
Drifter.
Yeah. So I
Got a set of
am
crisis
really
decks lined
tired
up for you.
today. I
Make sure we get a
had a
good
very
squad.
busy day yesterday, and I was tempted to not even stream, but I'm like, you know what? I want to do my weeklies at least, so it'll be like a just kind of comfy stream. I don't think I'm really gonna care about using weapons. Shields. I think I have shield gating on this build. Like just a tiny bit. Yeah. Okay. I have that. No, I think the extra like initial combo will be nice because we're mainly gonna be using Mire. Hot shot. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. This does apply. No, this one applies heat. Yes, it does. Okay. Yeah. I think we'll be fine. I could potentially even drop Augmented off of this build. Like, I don't think there's any breakpoints I need to reach. I mean, there is a breakpoint on this, which I've already reached. That's right. That's right. I think I was gonna put Impetus on. Yeah. Because I think I can get... I believe it's 8 statuses. Here, this is 2. Then that's another 4. That is 6. I don't know if this triggers off of companion attacks. If it does, then I'd probably get a lot more, but that's at least 6. Then 7 there. And then continuity does proc impetus, so that's 8. 8 times 6 is 48 ability strength, which is less, but, well, less if I get 250 kills, which is kind of a lot. But then 24% ability efficiency, which will help a lot with, like, just energy economy. So yeah, I do think that impetus is better. I could probably just go to the simulacrum and check if companions proc impetus, but I want to say that they probably don't, which is fine. I don't really need them to. Yeah, I think this is like the setup that we want to do for Citrine. This is going to be more crit chance than we had with Avenger. You know, maybe the augment, the new one for Prismatic Gem, maybe that one will actually be good because that'll, like, I don't know, I was thinking, like, it is a nice augment, but where would you really fit that into the build? Which I do kind of agree, like, you kind of want all of this stuff. I mean, I guess you could drop, like, Reach, maybe? You probably don't want to drop Auto Reach, actually. But I'm not really sure where you'd fit the new augment for Citrine into the build. But if there is a way that you can fit the Prismatic Gem augment in, I think that that'll probably be a really good upgrade because it'll basically mean that Hotshot and Impetus have a lot. They become a lot more consistent. Stretch probably not so much because you're likely going to run a companion that has electricity on Citrine. But yeah, it'll definitely help with like upkeep on like your arcanes. So, God, I don't know what you would replace in the build though. You could potentially lose some strength. You could get rid of Umbral Intensify for that. But then that's kind of a big change. That would be going from I had augmented before, so that'd be going from 60% down to or no, sorry. That'd be going from eventually 300% strength down to 240. 248, I believe. Rough 245. Which is a lot less strength. That might still be worth it though. And there is probably there's probably a better arcane in this slot. You could even do growing power actually. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe you drop in Umbral Intensify, put growing power in here. Put the Prismatic Gem augment in where Umbral Intensify is. That might be what you do. But I think for this mission, I think Citrine's Aura slot is like one of the most versatile slots. One of the most versatile Aura slots on frames. And yeah, I think for this mission I definitely want Ready Steel. I think we're good otherwise. We put our stickers in. Yeah, let's just go Suffer. I've heard a lot of bad things about like this toxic tank modifier. These first two missions are gonna be like a walk in the park, I think. But then this one is gonna be annoying, I think. Oh, that's right. I needed to get a Dante Spectre. Oh god, I'm gonna have to like change my builds. Whatever. Fine. Dante. In case we don't get no regard. Bass Assist is probably the best one of those. Nucor potentially would proc the extra radiation status effect. Not radiation. Microwave status effect. I don't know if that's still a thing. That was a thing like years ago, but melee weapon probably doesn't matter, but I don't think like any of these. I wonder if Incarnate bonuses apply to no, well, I don't know if they apply to specters. This one might affect specters. Here, we'll just try this. Spectre, Spectre, Spectre. Yes. We do want to put... Actually, we can put both on our gear wheel, I think. I don't know if it replaces... I don't want to test if it replaces both. A Spectre. Maybe I should just take the Force Spectres off, actually, because I'm kind of low on them. Frick. Yeah, we'll take them off. No, I need to swap my build back. UETA. Man, I used to be such, like, a citrine main years ago. Not years ago, like a year ago. And now I'm just so, like... I never play citrine. I still think that she's very, very, very good, but... Oh, there was also, like, the builds with, whatchamacallem, like, Elemental Ward for citrine, but I would... That's too much to figure out right now. We'll just go in with this.
Events lined up for you. Make sure we get a gold
Everything is checked. We'll double check that just in case. And yeah, let's just get in there and try. Oh god, I forgot about that. Jesus Christ. Okay, okay. Locked in. We got that, we got that. We should be good now. Here, what kind of frames we got? Styanax, Dagoth, and Octavia. Well, if the Styanax does their job, we should be good. He's gonna die. There we go. No, just spawning into a mission like this, like, when it's already started is, like, so disorienting. I'm just, like... It's with, that meme of, like, I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, I don't know what I'm doing. All I know is that I must kill or something. That's me right now. Need to actually remember to use my one. We have a Styanax, actually, like... I probably don't need to worry that much about, like, generating orbs. Well, I can generate health orbs. Which will not be helpful in the Assassinate, because there are no enemies to proc them. Tragic. Oh, that's right, they're not the... I'm so used to the, EDA modifier, where it's like, you, have to kill enemies near the life support terminals. But no, this is just the infection of them. That's right. Well, I don't know where the Styanax is to generate that overguard for us. I hear something. There it is. I think they don't have the augment, actually, which is very devastating. I think I saw them using their fort, but I don't think they were generating overguard. I mean, we don't have overguard, so... Oof. They at least have the, energy regen. What is it? Rally point or something? They at least have that. I didn't check my Dirga's build, actually. I think I have a few different Dirga builds, but... I don't know how I streamed on 720p. Like, I don't know how I streamed this game on 720p at one point. I mean, even right now, I can only imagine that chat can just not see what is going on. You know what, I'm gonna go cleanse that terminal. Is this way, okay, cool. This is one beefy boy. If I actually could remember which icon was the impetus icon, I could just quickly check how many stacks I have, but... What is my frame rate right now? This feels like 90 FPS or something. And I guess on the stream it's like 60. Come on, buddy. You're almost dead. There we go. I thought that was the one that was gonna drop the, whatchamacallit, or the one to reduce the timer, but I guess not. There's not really much point in killing this dude, but... Oh, okay. I actually killed him a lot faster than I thought. Sure. Okay. First mission, pretty easy. Not too bad. If we do actually, fail the assassinate, well, I mean, I guess, or potentially the exterminate, we could definitely swap one of the stickers to being the ball, the orb follows you, whatever the fuck it is, for the tank mission, because I think because I have Prime Sure-Footed on this build, it like just doesn't matter to me at all. So it'd basically just be a free pick strip. First mission went pretty easy, as expected. Escapist and a blue shard. Oh, was it Escapist that I needed? It was Escapist. It was one Escapist or Universe of Fallout. One of those two I needed. And then, then I'd be able to, like, complete my whole Arcane collection again. I don't remember which one it was that I needed the extra one this week, though. That I couldn't just buy what I needed. We gotta get over there. This is so far away. If we have people who are lagging behind who aren't coming here with us, they're going to die. Just putting that out there. But it seems like we're fine. I heard one. There it is. Okay, now we can actually go back and do the mission. Dude, I can't see shit. I know that's the point. We'll get complete, like, one or two of the 1999 challenges. Which will be nice. That's, like, a few more missions that we don't have to do unnecessarily. I'm really curious how, like, this fog looks on stream, because this is, like, kind of insufferable. Where are they? They're that way. That's very far away. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get over there. Okay, good. Thank goodness. There we are. How quickly is this bro dying? Not very quickly. That's a lot of statuses. If I'm looking at it right, I might have 10 statuses for Impetus. Which would be very good. That would basically equate to just like free efficiency and no buildup from augmented. These guys are so beefy. I mean, nerf the Dedicants, guys. Sure you did. Oh, we can kill one. Did the cavalry come in and kill them finally? There we go. Where are we going? I hear one in there probably. Yes. Wrong way. You know, I often check my VODs after, like, to see did stuff look good on stream kind of thing. But I just kind of had the thought that, like, even if it does look good on a VOD, the stream is probably lower quality. Because, like, just the buffering, it doesn't have time to render fully, etc., so. I can't imagine that this is a good viewing experience. The FX tank will probably hopefully be better. Where'd he go? That's a clone. There it is. Why did the Dedicants suck, dude? Can we just, like, get some impact procs on him so we can mercy him? I don't remember if it's impact. Where'd he go? I guess he died. Okay, sure. Not that way. Alright, assassination time. We will see how we are gonna do it. One of the people has overguard. Huh. What do we have? We had Styanax, Octavia. Who the heck was the last one? We will check after we load, I suppose. More blue shards. Yippee! Wow, amazing! Degath. And Degath might be able to get overguard. I don't remember. I want to go do that Tech Rock cache, but I shouldn't. I should be a good team player. I like snipe him out of the sky. Someone else did. Okay. That's right, there's the damn limnus. Disaster. Okay. We can head on to the next one, which is through this small little doorway, apparently, that I can't navigate. Does this count as a heavy weapon? It doesn't. Interesting. Man, I remember they were like, oh, we're gonna give you the, I think it's this way. I remember they were like, oh, we'll give you the rocket launcher, like the Thermion RPGs, like as a usable weapon. You guys will love it. And then we got, what was it, Predator 1? And it's like, nah, homie, this ain't it. How dare you tarnish its majesty. I got that. I'm trying to destroy these containers so that I don't have to, like, do an extra mission. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this many containers, though. Unless I troll. Which I don't want to troll. Why does... Okay, thank God. One more rocket. Oh, we're good? Okay. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay. Try to shoot the things and miss. That was actually pretty fast. Okay. Wait, what happened there? Did we phase skip somehow? Huh? Sure, I'll take it. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Dash. I don't know if I'm doing any damage to this fucker. I mean, I'm pretty much just here to be a support. Which is fine by me. Apparently I'm doing a lot of damage. Not that damage stats mean anything, but you know. Just make myself invisible, sure, why not? This mission was supposed to be hard? I shouldn't jinx it, but... I'm not feeling it. There we go. Easiest EDA of my life. Well, not the easiest, but that was not that bad at all. You know what? It's because I have a fucking cracked-ass citrine. It wasn't the EDA, it was my RNG. Like, preserving shell is actually such a good ability for just, oh, toxin enemies. Toxin status. Please no more blue shards. Please. Oh, now I have Overguard. Was the Styanax just not using... Sure, we'll take that, I guess. An orange and a yellow. Proto Frames, Kaya.
1999 seems to be holding.
Did I get the last sticker that I don't have? No, I didn't. None. That one's upgraded. One that I don't care about. Okay. Browse wares. I should hold on to stuff for Hotshot just in case. Escapist. Oh no, it's Universal Fallout. Oh well. Let me go check if I'm gonna want to sell a Hotshot. I don't think I am, but... 40 platinum. I probably should. So I'll hold on to... Oh, I was gonna look Escapist too. I don't think Escapist is selling for anything. 5 platinum. Yeah, no. Okay. So then I don't need to buy that. I will need to buy that. I bought that. I'll just go ahead and buy this, actually. And then I can buy that. Cool. Two upgraded, cool. This one might be kind of nice, Argon combo. Yeah, sure.
Have fun.
Not what I meant to click on. There we go.
Bellamere and Minerva are ready when you are.
So, yeah, we're still missing that last sticker. I don't know which one it is. It's not one of the Peely Pick stickers, which means that I don't really care that much about it, but... all of these are, like, pretty good. That one's close. Close. That one's not close. Good. Not close. Good. Not close, not close. Yeah, we're making pretty good progress, honestly. I feel like we could complete our sticker collection, especially now that we're getting like 17 pix chips per week. We can probably double the amount of stickers that we have been getting, which this content has only been out for, I think, 2 months. It might end up being annoying unless there's some kind of duplicate protection. I can see it being annoying to get like the last sticker that you need. Like say that you have everything else at 10. I mean, this one I have none on, but like say you have everything else at 10 and you have one that's at like 7 or something. And just getting that last 3 that you need of that one specific sticker, that could be annoying. But wait, how long has this? No, it's been April, May, June. It's been like 3 months this has been out. I feel like I could probably complete this in another like 2 to 3 months. Like get all this, well, at least 95% of the stickers, you know. Doesn't seem like that hard of a task to accomplish. We actually are probably going to end up getting more like 2.5 times the amount of stickers per week. Because I'm not going to do the math, but... Alright, EDA, let's go. And yeah, now we're only missing one universal Fallout. And then we have, which we can get next week. I mean, I could even just go buy it if I wanted to, but I can wait a week. And then our Arcane Collection is complete. There is a actually kind of good chance that Isle Weaver is gonna bring new... Actually, I don't think they've mentioned new arcanes. There might not be new arcanes. In which case... I'm gonna just have a complete collection. Ember is okay. Equinox isn't. Inaros is not really. Yeah, I think Ember is probably gonna be my go-to, unless I can just, like, take everything else and then just take whatever frame. Disruption. Overguard is not gonna be good for that one. Alchemy. That one's fine. Survival... Seems a little annoying, but, like... This one, this ETA does not... EDA does not seem that bad. And I think that Ember will be fine for it. Ruvox is not good. Nucor is good. Okay, we'll use Nucor as our primary weapon. We also have Strun, which I know is supposed to be really good. I'm not that big of a fan, but it's there. Gear cannot be used. I don't think we need gear for any of this. There's no mirror defense. That's going to be kind of a pain for Nucor, but we could always just go some other frame and then not need Nucor. That's not that big of a deal. That's not that big of a deal. Okay. I think these modifiers, we can just turn them all on, in which case I can just go something that isn't Ember. I could just go I could go Atlas. Does any of this not work for Atlas? That one is a little annoying, but that would just make it so that I don't come online at the very beginning of a mission. Yeah, I think we just go Atlas. I can punch the Demolists. I can punch the Demolists. And I can generate a whole bunch of Amphors. Yeah, we go in Atlas. Atlas, and then Strun, Nucor. Strun. Nucor. And then Ruvox, I guess. For this... Death Cube, yeah, Death Cube is probably the best. And we are in Tazcore, cool. Actually, let's swap to Burst Laser. I don't really know the difference between Tazcore and Burst Laser. I think that Tazcore is a lot better for just, like, AoE cold procs. But I think Burst Laser might be better for, generating statuses. Which, we don't really care about applying cold to everything, so. Are we still in public? Yes. I think we are still on Naramon. Yes, we are. Double check everything. Okay, I think we're good.
Lloyd has tasked us with finalizing several experiments.
And we'll only miss out on the loss first. Yeah, okay. While we're here, let's see if there is a Crimson Shard. No. Yellow's still fine. Well, wait, when did we get 48 of these? Huh? Huh? Sure, we'll buy one. I might stop buying the yellows, though, if we have that... If I have that many.
Yeah. Love you.
Man, we're not going to have enough reds for... Well, Araxia might not need that many reds, maybe only 2. Which... I think we have enough for 2, at least. Dude, that's so little reserve ammo. We cannot use this fucking weapon. You know, I know I've been playing, like, everything but Xenoblade, but... I'm kind of thinking maybe I should get back into it. I also just want to play Tears of the Kingdom, though. Like, I want to just do something kind of cozy. I mean, I guess Warframe isn't really cozy, and I'm doing that. Well, to me, Warframe is cozy. Eat shit, buckaroo. You're dead, nerd. Where is this one gonna spawn from? That way. Let's get him. I'm glad that these other guys seem to be defending. I'm glad that they trust me to just kill their asses. Oh, you are down. And nobody else came to raise them. To raise them? To res them. Pick them up. Revive, even. That's the word. I probably should not have put that in right away. Oh god. Can they multitask here? Okay, we killed that. Looks like they are... Where the heck are they? Okay, they got him. Oh, not the one I want. Come back here! There we go. Doing alright, doing alright. Are we going that way? Okay. Back here, fellas. I'm gonna go try to kill it. Okay, we're fine. Dude, I'm so obsessed with Alice. Come on, die. There we go. Where is that thing? I hope you guys can handle that. And it didn't drop anything. Cool. We're fine, we're fine, we're fine. They dropped it. Maybe not. Okay, they didn't. Why am I, like, doing everything in this mission? Raising them, killing the Demolists, picking up keys. Actually, they're kind of picking up keys. And they're defending. But no one's helping with the raises. Alright, gamers, let's get out of here. I'm bringing this key with me. Alchemy. Alright. Won't be too bad. I'm out of energy. Okay. Please drop energy. Please drop energy. Please drop energy. What do teammates do we even have, actually? We have Excalibur, Protea, or Cuervo. Protea can drop energy. Should be able to. Maybe. I got a very small amount of energy that I immediately got rid of by punching an immune enemy. We're gaming. You can take this toxin one. There's another toxin one. God, I really hope that, the stuff in Isle Weaver is good. Like, God. I'm very torn on how much I want to actually farm the new event. If it's just more of the Eidolon Arcanes, I'm probably gonna take it easy. Like, this is probably gonna be the big blowout before TennoCon, and then after TennoCon, there'll probably be another small update. And then we might get bigger updates later on in the year. But in that time, like, until maybe August, when I'd imagine, like, the next updates might be, I want to just, like, go and play some other games. Get really into Tears of the Kingdom, maybe finish, Xenoblade, play other Switch 2 games, play some Mario Kart World, show people how bad I am. Donkey Kong Bonanza will be fun. Hopefully. Copium. I haven't played a Donkey Kong game in forever, but I want to play Bonanza. Who knows? Maybe they'll stealth drop, like, Metropon 4. What is with the energy economy in this mission? Why am I just getting no energy? Is it because of all the impervious enemies, potentially? That could be it. I'm gonna say that that's it. Where are you? Okay. No heat or electricity. I'm basically playing Atlas now as just a fucking, like, health sponge. I mean, he's got 3,000 health and, like, over 1,000 armor, so I'm not dying, but I'm not really doing much. There was a heat. I think that was an Necromech too. What's the last mission? Is it survival, I think? If it's survival, that'll be a good mission. You just punch a bunch of dudes. There's so many status nullifier effects going on. How's Atlas exalted after the patch? Atlas is insane now. He still kind of has the issue of just spamming his one can be annoying if you're maybe even on controller too, but I play on keyboard and mouse. Like what I've done is just found his using the one ability to scroll wheel, and so I can just like scroll to punch. There is still that issue, but like everything else about Atlas is like, well, okay, not everything, because he still has his 3 and his 4 are still not really good, but his 1, no, sorry, not his 3 and his 4, his 2 and his 4. His 1 is like kind of all you need. His 3 is still pretty good, can help you be even more tankier, but yeah, I mean, I'm just like casually going around punching for like tens of millions, maybe not tens of millions, maybe like 10 million, which crushes anything in normal steel path. Crushes stuff in Archimedia. And again, he's incredibly tanky, and if you just use your 3, you can become even tankier. If you need it. Building up armor with his 3 with Rubble, no, that's the augment. With Rubble is honestly kind of clunky and annoying. But again, you don't really need to engage with that, but yeah, Alice is in a very good spot right now, though. I think all exalted frames are in a pretty good spot right now, honestly. Surprisingly, I think, in my opinion, Mesa kind of got the short end of the stick, where she kind of already had exalted arcanes, and then they kind of took them away from her in a way, but yeah, Atlas. Oh, hey, a red shard. Thank God. I think his augments are Atlas's augments are decent. But at least for me, I don't use any of them, and I don't really feel he needs them. I mean, it's less about like his augments not being good and more just that you don't really need to sacrifice space in the build for them. Like, you can just use his basic kit and just smash things. His 4, his rumblers are still, like, pretty poo-poo, but again, like, for last mission and this mission, I just haven't had enough energy to do stuff, and I'm just using him as a fucking health sponge, and he's fine. Breath of Light factors augments and random impactful. But yeah, true. I think it's one for Rubble is good and can add to his playstyle. I'm not that familiar with his augments, honestly. Ouchies. I'll revive you, you revive me, right? Okay, cool. God, I wish I had energy. Oh, okay. Yeah, that does seem decent, but I guess it doesn't really add to his... Yeah, you're right. I pretty much just build him as, like, put, like, survivability on his actual frame, and then just, like, slap a whole bunch of damage on his Exalted. Which is kind of how you can build most things, but... Yeah. I mean, it really depends on the frame and the augment. Like, there's some that just, like, define a frame, like, Dianax and Frost, kind of, for example. Thank you. Maybe it's the limits that are fucking me in this mission. We had a Protea, didn't we? Yeah, there's like there's the augments that define the playstyle. Oh my god, they're so far away. There's the augments that define the playstyle. There's like ones that are just like good enough that like you may as well slot in and you don't really need much else. I don't know, like Mace's Waltz, for example. Dude, where are you? And then, yeah, there's like the dozens of just trash ones. I should not be over here, actually. I'm gonna go back over here. No, we are probably gonna have to save him. Okay. Do a bit of energy. Maybe that'll be enough. Please be not what I needed. That's what I needed? Nope. I'm already out of energy. Why are you waypointing all the way back there? Are we not going to save this dude's life? There's a Limnus here. Fuck me. There we go. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. There's a lot of... God... I know why DE doesn't want to give the augment slot, but you're absolutely right. Like, there are some really cool augments that just, like... Where are you going to put them in the build? Or, like, if you put them in the build, then you would need to build even more of a specific stat, which then it's like... You need the stat, you need the space for the stat, but then you also need the space for the augment in the first place. Are we done yet? There is spare. Thank God. Okay. Get out of here. Did I hear? Yes, I did. Echo 2, hell yeah. Please, another red shard. I can use another red shard or two. I think I'll be able to put in the Exilus slot. Yeah, that would be pretty good. Oh, hell yeah, another red shard. Yeah, I know, like, they're like, DE's like, oh, Exilus needs to be just, fucking utility kind of stuff, not actual, like, damage or anything, but that would be a very just kind of simple way to simplify a lot of it. I mean, that's probably why, again, using the Mace's Waltz example, that's probably why people actually bother using Mace's Waltz. If it wasn't an Exilus, then it'd be like, hell no, I'm not using that. Revenant. Put on the lazy build. Yes. You can keep Pass Assist. Sure. Another
day. What'll it be? The old man kept a lot of weird. Let's rob the old fart blind.
Or even just if DE eventually... I know they kind of just wait for reworks to incorporate augments, to potentially incorporate augments into the base kit, but, if they just did that more, just put the like, good augments on bad frames into the base kit, and then it's like, that feels like such a simple almost band-aid fix that I think would make a lot of the kind of not great frames a lot better. I think even on like the subreddit the other day, like there was when talking about how I think it's duality augment for Equinox should be part of the base kit, just because of like how important it is to Equinox. And yeah, it's like you just slap that in, or dozens of other examples into the base kit, and then it's like that's probably not even like that much extra coding. It's probably just like copy the code from the augment, put it into the base ability, make it so you don't need to like have the augment or have the mod for that aspect of the ability. And it's like that could be such a simple way to just like band-aid polish a lot of frames. I mean, heck, like a lot of the well, a lot of the abilities, the infusion abilities, I believe, or in augments, I should say, like the one for Oberon, the one for Ember, the ones that like you hold your one and then it gives you ability, you and your party member's ability damage. You just incorporate that into like a lot of the base frames, and now they just, I mean, for someone like Ember, she probably doesn't really need it because she's in a decent spot right now, but they could just incorporate Oberon's augments into his base kit, and he'd be so much better. I know at this point they're probably like, they need to actually make Oberon a proper rework for Oberon, because he deserves it, but if they were lazy, or if they didn't have time or whatever, just throw the augments in. So if they did that, like, I know Oberon, one of his augments is, I think it extends the duration of his grass, or it gives duration for his grass, or range maybe? No, I think it's duration. And that might, if they incorporated that into the base kit, it would probably, the smart idea would probably just be like, oh, just now the base ability has longer or has a higher base duration, but then that would pose the problem of like, oh, well, now duration mods are just like that much better for this ability, and so that might kind of be a confusing thing for certain frames if it was like certain abilities just had like extra stats for them, and I don't really know how they display that in the arsenal, but yeah, no, I'm not saying, like, all augments should just be, I don't have the weapons to kill this guy. Where am I going? Did I go to the... I went the wrong direction. God damn it. No, I'm definitely not saying, like, all augments should be part of the base kit. Just, like, go through certain ones. How did that guy just randomly die? Just go through certain ones and, like, if the frame, if it makes sense to make it part of the base kit, you know? Oh yeah, true. Could be there. Yeah, like, augments are really cool, and having just like, you know, oh, this really strong frame can get even stronger if they sacrifice a mod slot. That's a really compelling design space of like, you know, you're trading power. It's like, do I want this or this? It's decision making. There's a word for it. I'm just blanking on it. But then for certain frames, like again using Oberon as the example, like Oberon just needs like any help he can get. He needs like 10 different stats. There's not even 10 different stats. Like, he needs every stat pretty much for all of his abilities, and so actually building him is a pain. Whereas if they just incorporated some of the augments in, again, he could use a whole new rework, but if they wanted to just like give him a quick little boost, it would be something like that. Void Dash replacement with Void Sling. Yeah, I agree to that. I've kind of gotten used to it. Well, by used to it, I mostly mean I don't hate it as much as I used to, but that's also because I just don't use it as a movement option anymore. Like, that was... With their approach into like the mobile gaming market, I do feel like Void Dash on mobile devices would be a pain in the ass to do, but it was also just a cool like skill and investment check, that the more you got better, the more you invested into your focus schools and stuff, it would pay off. You could do some really cool shit. Now you're like, I'm rusty, but it's like, that took like probably 3 times longer than it would have before to just void dash around the room. God, I completely forgot about like the void dash to void sling thing. That was years ago. Am I not in the circle? No, I am. Oh, dude, I'm trolling. Okay, where is this guy? There he is. Okay. I'm paying attention now. Stop getting distracted by chat. Yeah, I remember like back in the day when Itzel had the blink, was the only Archwing that had blink, and just I remember seeing the videos of like the Tridolons where they would just, I was like a kind of baby player back then. I didn't have like any of this investment, but well, I worked toward the investment and then they nerfed it all, but seeing the Tridolon videos where they would like just spam energy pads, then spam blink on Itzel, then when like things were on cooldown, or I don't know what was on cooldown, but that's right, they would spam energy pads like while they were void dashing too. They would get off of their Archwing, spam energy pads while they were dashing, and then like get back on their Archwing, blink some more. Like, the tech was insane back in the day. It was so cool to watch. Yeah. I remember seeing, I guess, like, a speed run, of a Tridolon that was probably maybe, like, I don't know, in the past 6 months or something, a video of it, and I've never really been into, Eidolons or Tridolons or any of that. Like, I pretty much just went in, did the bare minimum, then got out because I just don't like the content. But it's still really cool to just see, like, how the content has evolved and like all the meta changes and shifts, and like that's content that they haven't really changed anything about in a very long time, except they've changed like all the different components, but they haven't actually touched Eidolons themselves. And it's so interesting to see how, like, you know, oh, now you use different Arcwings, now you use Necromechs, now you don't need a whole team, now like there's all this extra power that you can just like access on a whim. And just like seeing the different change. I remember there was like a really big Eidolon guide document, Google Doc, that someone made that I kept around, like I bookmarked just in case I ever got back into Eidolons. And it was like, I don't know, maybe like 20 pages of like, here's, I mean, I guess now there's like Void Cascade docs like that, actually, but it was just really neat seeing all the different stuff of like, this is how you min-max this content. There is, I'm assuming, I don't know what that's referring to actually, sorry, I've said a lot. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it's the fact that there's a strat, there's like a Google Doc on like how to actually do it, I guess. I'm too lazy to do level cap. Get people coming in here being like, oh yeah, I do level cap like during my lunch break, and I'm like, okay, you're cool, but I cannot relate at all. It might be kind of old, the doc. I feel like I saw it a year ago. There's a lot of different like documents and like YouTube guides and tutorials and stuff on Cascade. I think like if you just Googled like Void Cascade guide, you'd probably be able to find stuff. Yeah, I like play with my friends occasionally, but it's like, well, a lot of the content that you kind of need groups for, or wait, what was I trying to say? A lot of content you just don't really need groups for. I mean, I know a lot of people even solo Archimedia, like, I kind of like the it's not really social aspect of Archimedia, but like, I like being paired with randoms. Like, I'm also kind of just a lazy gamer, but and could use teammates, but it's like, I like doing Archimedes with people, but outside of that, it's like, I pretty much just do everything solo. Even Void Fissures I did solo for a very long time, and then they added the auto disband after a mission, and I'm like, okay, well, it's basically the same thing now, except I get more rewards for Void Fissures, so I'll like, sure, I'll do it.
Bird 3, what do these do?
It's kind of a two-sided blade, though, because, like, on one hand, you know, games are a good way to connect with people and have fun, make friends, all that kind of stuff. But then I do also hear a lot of people, when they do group content, they're like, oh, I had to carry, these people were leeching, they were doing Netrocells, like, the wrong way, and why can't these people do the correct way?
Of course, my Tenno.
And so it's like, I don't know, I hear so much, it is probably, like, the vocal minority, but I hear a lot of kind of negativity towards, group doing Warframe content in groups, and so it's like, I don't really know what to believe. Lobby system. Yeah. I mean, there is recruiting chat, but, like, God, I've only done recruiting chat a few times. I think I did it, like, back the very first time they had the, 60-minute survival for Nightwave. I did it, I used recruiting chat for that, and then I used recruiting chat for, like, Ureli Prime Access, because I was impatient. And, like, recruiting chat is such a... It's just exhausting. What, Omniforma? Okay. What is the Archon this week? Hell yeah. How many red shards do I have now, actually? Oh, okay, that's more than I thought. That's almost 5. So, Araxia will be good. Wait, what were my invigoration this week? Hope May, Excal. Eh. Yeah, let's do Octavia. Yeah, that's fair.
We must understand Pazul to understand his Narmer.
I tend to do a lot of stuff solo, like,
Get in, find what you can.
kind of for the extra challenge, but also just, like, I don't need to... I can just rely solely on myself. I don't need to worry about, like, if my teammates are, like, gonna pull their weight, or if, like, they're gonna get mad at me or anything. Like, with solo content, I can, or doing stuff solo, I can just do it exactly, completely solo. But playing with people, I mean, that's... This whole game is kind of designed around, like, oh, you should be playing with people, and it is kind of sad that you kind of don't need to play with people for so much stuff. Yeah. That's kind of another reason why, you know, that's the thing with ESO, is I know it's been, like, the most efficient way to level stuff for years now, but just the fact that you can't really reliably level stuff, if you're, like, doing it yourself, if you're, like, going by yourself, but then you're kind of relying on randoms to actually be able to, like, carry a bit, so that you can actually level in ESO. And so it's kind of a very, like, I've never liked doing ESO for leveling, because it's just too reliant on, like, the RNG of strangers, basically. Whereas, like, Hydron, anyone can get through Hydron. If someone, like, AFKs, it doesn't really matter. Like, I mean, I don't even really Hydron that much anymore. I just solo steal path missions, but Yeah. Reb has been pretty good at, like, I guess modernizing a lot of Warframe, so it'll be interesting to see. I
Thank you.
I feel like there's a lot of
Is unwell.
long-term
Burn the sickness out of him if
issues, I
have to.
suppose, with Warframe that, I mean, Reb has only seemingly been in charge for 4 years now? 4 years now, I think. And I wonder if, like, there's still kind of bits and pieces that she hasn't really been able to, like, touch and, like, fix. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there is also just the problem in Warframe that if you're especially good, then you can just kill everything, and then the other people just, even if they have decent builds, even if they are trying, they're just maybe not gonna get any kills. I mean, it in your case, it definitely sounds like they were actually AFKing, just absolutely zero contribution, but there are those other cases where you can be trying, but just someone has, like, a fucking nuke-ass setup. Oh god, I don't want to do defense. Oh, okay. I mean, if it's 0 damage received, too, then they're probably just sitting in the corner.
Keep the specialist alive. Their wideband scans should reveal Narmer's purpose in this sector.
And what of your purpose, Natar? Were you sired only to be wet nurse to these putrid apes?
Do I have...
Which of us
I do, thank God.
needs to save the other?
Our position has been compromised.
Can I just, like...
Defend the cargo until reinforcements
Where the heck is
arrive.
it?
Yeah, it's me. You want a job done right, kneecap every mucker between you and whatever right is.
Where the heck is any of my stuff? Oh, on-call crew is disabled. Okay, that's why.
I think you just annoyed him, matey.
Still is good for leveling non-Warframe. Yeah, it is mostly weapons that I'm even leveling now, so I probably should start doing it. I don't know, there is kind of just, like, comfort, though, in just going into, like, a solo Steel Path survival, just, like, turning your brain off, like, knowing that you're gonna be there for 5 minutes. You can just kill as much as you want, don't have to worry about, like, people extracting or any kind of toxicity or anything. You can, like, put on a podcast or something, just zone out and level shit. But maybe I should try ESO. Oh, actually, isn't there the new method of, is it Steel Path on Jupiter and using on-call crew? Isn't that, like, the fastest way to level stuff now?
Oh, these fellas feel lucky.
like, I think I heard that one was, oh, great, where is he?
I've had worse. This might be lights out for old Chipper.
For solo? Wait, you can do it solo? I thought that On-Call Crew didn't work for giving you experience if you were just wording. I thought your own on-call crew didn't give you experience.
You're not likely to get mercy from someone who's never been shown it.
Planes. Oh, that's right. There's the whole planes method. Forgot about that. God, it was still so funny. I remember like the planes method getting talked about on Twitter and Pablo just being like, what did he like tell the person to die or something? That was funny.
They got me. Give them credit though. That was some nice speed work.
I think I tried it once, the Jupiter Steel Path solo survival on-call crew, and I don't think it worked, but maybe I was understanding it wrong.
Not looking good for old Chipper.
Oh god. Why are you all the way down here? Can I just give you this, actually?
You're a good sort, What they are not lacking is tenacity.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, I don't know, you seem to be a high LR, like, done everything kind of gamer as well. I mean, I have all the stuff leveled as well on max mastery, and so it's like, at this point, it's like, you'd only really level, like, maybe once a month or something, once a week. And so, you're only, comparing that to, like, even, like, an MR30 player who's, like, still trying to, like, level stuff, you're just only, we're only, sorry, like, leveling just such a small portion of the time. And it's like, if it takes, like, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, it doesn't really make that much difference. In my opinion, at least. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, if you're still, low MR and having to level stuff, then I guess you probably are in the mines a lot more often.
Above the lords of Tau. Below my people. Below them, yours. And I shall serve as shepherd and
Fair, fair. I don't know, I like games like this, not so much for, like, the challenge or, like, the group content, but, like, honestly, I play a lot of video games just to see number go up. Which I think is a reason a lot of Warframe players play Warframe, but for me, the number that I like seeing go up was, like, my mastery rank and, like, my, MR and all that kind of stuff.
Oi! Give us a hand. No.
Get my gold collecting part of it. Yeah. That's fair. There's even God, I remember like some of the worst farms. Well, there's like the really specifically annoying farms like Ambassador, I think. Did they fix Nerf Ambassador yet? I don't remember. No, they Ambassador Farm has been fine for a long time, actually, that's right. There are still a lot of annoying weapons and stuff to get, and then, you know, having to level, like, all Kuva weapons and Planet weapons and stuff is annoying.
Scan's about half done, I reckon.
I completely understand, like,
The scans are
oh,
complete, Tenno.
getting
Prepare
all
for
of this
assault
stuff that
on
I'm never
the
gonna
Ark.
use is kind of really annoying. I don't really feel like doing it. Like, I completely get that.
Go again. Why did you persecute me?
That's fair. I remember, God, I think one of the only 2 times I've actually gone to the error log was like, I remember getting one shot in one of my first arbitrations and just being like, and losing like an hour worth of progress and being like, what happened? That's like the only time I look at it. Yeah, Elac, what is it? Elac, Hesper, kind of Mandanel, uh, the weapons from ESO, Lotto Vandal and Bratton Vandal,
Mar, Pazul's assassin, used
even
to
some of like
silence
the
those who
tenant
spoke
melee
out
weapons, like
against Narmer.
the corrupt,
Much
oh well,
as
fuck, what are they
Twisula
called?
himself tries to
The
stifle the voice of Era within his
corrupted
mind.
holokeys. That's what it is. Like, there's so many like, oh, okay, we're fine. There's so many just little annoying farms in this game that if you don't get to max MR, you just don't really need to worry about. But then if you do want to go to max MR, you have to do all the little annoying shit that they just haven't bothered, like, fixing years and years after.
He will close the distance shockingly fast when he
Can I?
creates duplicates.
There we go.
Look for the one that is armed.
Can I just kill you, Fast Smith? Please, 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 please. Thank you. I remember also making a whole spreadsheet on how many detonite injectors and mutagen masses and field run I needed. Just because like all of those weapons that you need from mostly from the clan dojos and stuff, those are a pain in the ass to get. Like, you have to do just so many
He opens to Narmer prayers.
whatchamacallums,
Tear the
invasions.
veils from deacons
And
use those.
those are time limited. I mean, you can go like craft them all, but then you need to go farm a whole bunch of resources and credits. I think it's like 100k credits to make one like field run or detonite injector, because you have to like buy the blueprint. They're one-time blueprints, and then the actual craft takes some too, and it takes 24 might be 12 hours actually. Like, those were a pain to get back when I needed like 100 more field run. Or there's even like well, they're probably really cheap now because they're tradable, but all the like Snipertron Vandal or like the Sheev, the Dara Vandal, all the ones from, again, the invasions, that you're just like, the part you need might show up like once a month, maybe every like 2 or 3 months. I mean, again, those are tradable at least, but there's a whole bunch of annoying farms. Oh yeah, there's so many people who like, well, now there's Kubabrak at least, so, and Tenant Detron actually, so you don't really need to worry about those for the actual using the original ones, but I remember so many people who just could not get a specific part to drop. Or back in the day with stalker weapons, before they buffed the drop rates.
Despite his pride,
And MR30 is really nice because you get the when you farm. Well, actually, didn't they do the change where
first by our father,
if you're not MR30, I think you get twice as much starting capacity with weapons and frames and stuff. Mostly geared towards new players, like they get 15 starting. I think that was a change they at least announced. Like, that's really nice, but also, once you're MR30, just not having to worry about that at all. Just, you forma something, and you can just instantly slap everything back in. Like, that's what got me to MR30. And then at that point, I think I got MR30, a few years ago, and I was like, well, I'm already this far, I may as well just get the rest. And that's kind of been how I've been. It's like, I've been so far, I've been so close to max MR that may as well just get the rest of it, you know? Arcane Collection, I was like so close to getting all the arcanes. May as well just get the rest.
Good job.
Oh. Hell yeah. Another Tau Forge bread. I mean, I wish I could put the, like, wanting to go to level cap and, like, doing that kind of stuff of your brain into mine. Because, like, doing anything that feels like effort to me is like, well, doing anything that requires, like, skill, I'm just like, nah, I don't want to do that. Doing things that require time and, like, making spreadsheets and stuff and, like, looking on wiki pages, like, trying to, like, stuff that requires planning and, like, just time and, like, that kind of effort, hell yeah. I'll do as much of that, but stuff that requires, like, quote-unquote skill that you have to be good at to do, nah. I think it was, another part was, like, through my MR20s was, I would get an affinity booster and I'd be like, oh, I should go make use of this. I should go level. And so, whenever I got an affinity booster, just go sit on Hydron for like 2 hours. Grind stuff out. Let's see, what all did we do? We did EDA, ETA, Archon. Is it just the calendar now? Yeah, it's not that I don't think I could go to level cap. It's more that just I don't want to do like active thinking. I'm kind of like, maybe it has to do with like I'm not really good at multitasking. For me, like I want to be able to like focus on like one thing at a time and like put all of my brain power into it. And doing something like level cap, to me, feels like I have to make sure I'm balancing all this other stuff. Like I have to make sure I'm staying alive, killing enemies, doing all this kind of stuff. Whereas easier things like, you know, grinding out MR, that's something that I can segment it out. I can be like, okay, I'm going to spend time figuring out the weapons I need, and now I'm going to go spend time leveling them, and both of them I can just focus on one thing at a time, you know? I can probably do that in here. Let's get Atlas. We do need... Glad we checked that. Turbo. First, there's some friction, but then because it's a rhythm game. That's fair. Yeah, uh, I, I don't know, even doing the super bosses, um, were just kind of like, they were too stressful for me, because it was, I mean, those might be kind of more strenuous, because if you die, then it's like, oh, GG, like, start over, idiot. Whereas, in normal level cap, it's like, you have teammates to raise you, probably, you have multiple revives, like, you have a longer bleed out, there's no, like, kind of the obtuse difficulty restrictions that stuff like EDA, ETA, Netrocells, the super bosses have. But I don't know. I've tried to do enough hard content in video games in the past, and it's like, again, I can do it. I'm just lazy. I just don't really want to stress myself out. Like, to me, like, my fun in video games is, like, just turning my brain off, like, being comfy, seeing numbers go up kind of thing. But then, you know, I know for other people, their fun is, like, doing the hardest stuff and, like, seeing how far they can push themselves. And it's like, both are valid, but it's just, like, they're very different perspectives. I mean, I'd happily go and, like, I did the Apex tank accolade glyphs, and I would rather just go and I'd rather go and grind out, you know, all the Coda weapons, for example. Do fucking 20 some oh crap, I had to be destroying objects, that's right. I'd rather go and do you know, 20 Coda, grind that out for like probably 20 hours or something, then go and do one of the super boss battles again. I could, but I just don't want to. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I did have fun doing, or I had fun, like, when I actually beat the Apex tank. But in terms of actually, like, being in there and trying to stay alive, trying to, like, make sure I was, you know, doing it right, not dying kind of thing, it was just stressful to me. I'm gonna have to go back to get more crates. Damn it. Okay, let's go back. Maybe it's even something for me where it's just the idea of, oh, I'm gonna have to, like, go... I'm gonna have to prepare to do this hard thing and, like, get ready for it, and, like, you know, there's the anticipation of it. Like, maybe that's more what, like, kills me than, Did I miss this? How did I not hear this? Maybe it's more just the anticipation of worrying about it than the actual, like, being in there. Because, I did a lot of, raiding in Final Fantasy XIV, and, like, it was fun clearing, but, like, you know, scheduling everything, like, making sure to show up on, like, the days I needed to show up, like, doing all that kind of stuff was just a pain. Skip phase 1 without touching rockets. Insane. My, ETA run, I don't know what happened, like, I think we did skip, like, phase 1 somehow earlier today. Alkane part of Orphan. Yeah, like... We're just here to grind. We don't want to do hard things. We just want to collect. Where the heck are these crates? There's some crates. I could have probably done another Legicide at this rate. I don't have Loot Rider on Diriga either. Damn it. There we go. Alright.
A formidable effort. Do you think you can do more?
Tampons and Zaw with Exotic Contagion. Skip it. Really? I have known that Zaws with Exodia Contagion are very good and have been for a very long time, but it's like, yeah, Zaws haven't really been talked about publicly, like, in a very long time. They haven't been popular. That's the word I'm looking for. Let's get that. What do we want here? This doesn't matter, actually. We'll just... Sure. Ekrot. Probably... Let's look actually ahead. Ekrot, Scaldra, sure. Enemies with abilities, can do that wherever, and then Tekrot. Hopefully it'll cycle back. Every time they have been nerfed. Yeah, that's fair.
These are worthy foes. Underestimate.
Wait, is Exodia Contagion the one that you like shoot the ball with an aerial attack? Because I think that's pretty like commonly used in Profit Taker. Like all the Profit Taker guides still talk about that arcane. Why am I going for these boxes? Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, that's, I grinded out Profit Taker, which probably sounds like hell to you, but, yeah, I learned how to, like, get good at Profit Taker and, like, grind that out, because I needed 10 billion Crimson Toroids. And I think that's been a staple, Exotic Contagion has been a staple in Profit Taker, like, solos for very long now. I mean, probably since it came out, actually. Oh, okay. Well, okay, I meant, like, it's probably hell of grinding out. Actually, I mean, I guess you're speedrunning, you're grinding out runs, so maybe it was fine for you. That's fair. Yeah, if I had to choose between Eidolons and Profit Taker, I would definitely go for Profit Taker. I almost said Eidolons. I'd definitely go for Profit Taker. Profit Taker was actually kind of fun to, like, get good at, and it probably just helped that it wasn't fucking pitch black, and me being blind wasn't really that big of an issue, because Profit Taker's so fucking big, just, like, shoot it anywhere, pretty much. What the heck is this? Get out of my way. Down here. Are they just going in a big circle? What the hell? Where? I'm losing my mind. Okay, that's down there. Okay. Pizza. Sub 1 minute. Yeah, I think my fastest run was only like 350 or something, but I mean, I didn't even have max elemental bonus Tenet Detron. I mean, there's probably other stuff to do, or other weapons that are better. Do they even have the right element on Tenet Detron? That might have been before Elemental Vices came out. No, actually, yeah, I had the wrong element on Tenet Detron. It wasn't max, and so I probably could have gotten down to like maybe 3 minutes if I tried, but Profit Taker was meant. I had this thought. I don't know if I actually said it. I might be repeating myself, but Profit Taker was nice because it felt more like strategy, and it really felt. I mean, I guess you could say that Eidolons have a lot of prep work as well, but Profit Taker felt more like a prep what you're doing, plan out a strategy, rather than having skill to actually execute it. Whereas Eidolons feel more like you actually have to just be good at executing it. Can this guy die? Thank you. Yeah, like, I like stuff where you can actually plan out and, like, it's more about strategy than just skill, which is probably another reason why I didn't really like the tanks, the Apex tank all that much. Yeah, yeah. That's another thing that's really nice about, I guess doing, like, hard content that, like, I do sometimes end up missing if I'm just grinding MR, for example, is, like, I really like learning about game mechanics and, like, learning how to be efficient at stuff, even if it's not for, like, hard content, but just learning, like, I don't know, I think there was, like, the animation cancel, if you, like, bullet jumped after doing a slam attack, learning like that. I don't bother doing it because it's kind of too much effort, but learning that that was a thing that you could do was really neat to me. Again, kind of too much work, and, like, I'm not using it. I don't really use slam meta that often, but just learning about that and, like, that was a strategy you could do is, like, that's really cool. I like that. But then again, I just like how I like learning how video games work in general, a lot of the time.
As you conquer the foe, so
Animation cancels in general, yeah. Oh, okay. That sounds kind of almost like ye olde coptering. Man, when they announced Dual Zone Prime and they were like, hey, it's gonna have coptering back, that sounded so cool to me. And then the Dual Zone Prime's coptering ended up being like shit. And I was so sad. Did I not? Oh my god. I'm trolling. Okay, we'll do an exterminate. Oh, yeah. There's also, like, I don't know how widely known this tech is, but if you, like, God, I don't remember how to do it. It's like, If you do a slam, but you like look up at the right timing, then you can like launch yourself really far. No, here. Is it like... I don't know how to do it. It seemed more like a bug. Well, that's what most things are, actually. But I encountered it in like a buggy way one time, and I was like, oh, this is cool, but I don't remember. It was years ago. I don't remember what the heck for it was. More consistent on a slope. Oh, okay. I don't even remember like what the button combination for it was. But oh well. Aiming strike days. God, I remember when I started in, it was 2018, and so I wasn't, it was a while before I actually got Maiming Strike because I hadn't rerun the Acolytes until maybe like mid-2019. And so, and then I think they nerfed Maiming Strike in maybe, it was either like in 2019 or 2020. And so I only got to experience like Maiming Strike in its glory for, God, maybe like a year or two at most. That was fun though. That hurt my hand, but that was fun. Having your vision, something game controls up, we can't reach it.
Supply cache flipped into self-destruct.
Yeah.
Get worksy, a fewer fervon charges should pop it. But know this. Open that figure.
Honestly, I even liked the like Brahma and Zar days where those were like incredibly meta. But again, that was probably more because I just have really bad vision, and like my goal in Warframe is to not have to aim, pretty much. You know, actually, that's another reason I really like Atlas, because with Atlas, you don't really need to aim that much. You can just kind of like bullet jump around, scroll in the general direction of enemies, and then you have a lock-on that just snaps you to the enemies and just kills them. Whereas something like Korra, you actually have to aim your whip claws. Like, I know Korra is really good, but too high effort for me. But yeah, that's why Maiming Strike days were so fun. The AoE meta days, I mean, AoE is kind of evergreen now, but... Yeah, when I do use melee, I usually use influence, but I just don't really like using melee much anymore. And I know, like, a lot of the critique for influence is usually more, like, not so much, like, hating influence, but more that, like, all the other melee arcanes just aren't really as good. You might have seen already, but that's one nice thing about, Atlas, is that you don't even need to use influence because the range is just so fucking big. Don't work in every weapon. Yeah. That's, actually, yeah, that's fair. Like, Dottie sounds insane, but it's like, I don't think I've found a weapon that I actually wanted to use it on in the time since it, maybe one weapon, actually. Was it good on... Dottie might have been good on Gara, but that might have been a bug. I don't remember. Oh, there was the Dottie Motive War build, actually. I don't remember if that's the one I ended... I mean, Motive War is also just not really that good. Why am I back to start, dude? Where's the boy? Where's the boy? Where's the boy? There we go. Was not the Dottie nerfed? I think there were some interactions that were nerfed, but I don't remember what the, not trying to doubt you, but I just like, man, I don't remember what the nerf was. I still miss Catch Moon, actually.
Job's a good one. Nice one.
Catch Moon was fun. Multiplier than you should have. So this is multiplied. That's right. Okay, yeah, I remember now. I think I still have my Catch Moon Ribbon. Where is it? Catch Moon. Yeah, here we go. Gosh, this is like not even that good of a ribbon by modern standards. But Catch Moon was good. What are we taking here? That would be cool. Wait, no, not that one. We'll just do this one, sure. Red Shard, yes. Ultra Troops, okay. Oh. Do I want to do another coda? How much is this going to give me? 11. And then inventory. Heart cell. I probably don't need to prioritize it. We'll just go kill some Skuldra. Only got hands on a Tomb Raider one. Yeah. I think Catch Moon was the only one that the only kit gun, sorry, that I particularly liked. Well, the only of the initial Fortuna kit guns that I initially liked. I remember trying Tombfinger and Rattleguts, and Gaze actually is really good even now, but I just don't really like beam weapons that much. Where am I? No, don't go underground, idiot. Wait, what are you talking about? I started up another what? Oh, another coda, right, okay. I might at some point, like, just to multitask for, whatchamacallit, the 1999 calendar, but, like, I have almost every, quota weapons at 60% now, so I'm like, I really don't need that many more. I could just convert a whole bunch, but lazy. I really just need to be more selective about, do I care enough about doing the 1999 calendar this week for certain weeks. But it is nice because these are all tech rot. Go away. I'll go over here. 1999 calendar is nice because it saves steel essence, at least, from the primary and secondary arcanes. Adapters, rather. And the shards can be nice. Sometimes the boosters. Yeah, I have kind of wanted to go back and do, get 60% on some of the older, Kuba and Tenet weapons, but I'm just like, it doesn't seem worth it, and like, I just know that, like, in a few years at least, they're gonna make them better. I don't think that we stay with the current system of sisters and liches as it is now for more than like more than 2 years. I think that people have already been complaining like since for the past couple months, and I feel like they're gonna have to do something. Honestly, the Corrupted Hollow Key farm, like, I don't really mind that much, because Railjack missions, once you actually get good at them and, like, optimize them, they go very fast. And so, I am tempted to go and get some 60% of the Tenet weapons, but... or at least the Tenet melee weapons, but I don't know if, like, any of the Tenet melee weapons are even that great. Like, I think they're fine, but it's like, I don't think I normally use, like, any of them. I actually think I use Tenet Ferox a decent amount, because I get it for, like, EDA. Well, okay, I don't use it. I get it for EDA and ETA, and I equip it, but that's a far cry from actually using it. And Tenet Ferox is not a good weapon that I would care about getting fucking 60% on. Why are these guys so beefy? I'm just gonna try.
I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this.
In the new aisle, did I one-shot that dude? Okay.
But it wouldn't be very much
In the
fun
new
if
Isle
it
Weaver
fell.
game mode, give, like, Neo Relics or something, because I have so many mesos after spamming Codas and, Ascension and everything else. Actually, if the Isle Weaver update, if the new game mode gave Axes, that would be insane. Axes and Pathos Clamps? Sign me the fuck up. They would never do that. I'm coping so hard. I mean, the Tenet melees are like, they're all fine. They're decent. I think, like, Tenet Exec was used for something. I think Tenet Exec is, decently often, like, considered Kalervo's best melee weapon. But, I mean, Kalervo can just make anything a good melee weapon. Indeed, the smell of cope. Listen, I'm so tired of doing the fucking Lua Axie disruption. Lua disruption for Axies. I'm so tired of it. Get me out of there. Enemies with abilities. Okay, I can just do this one. I really need to learn how to actually play Clervo because I almost have trauma because I got Clervo for 1 week of EDA, where the first mission was a mirror defense, where enemies did more damage to Overguard, and I like just straight up immediately died on Clervo on that mission, like 3 separate attempts, like a minute in each time, and I'm just like, I don't fucking understand Clervo. This man is not working with me. I mean, probably wasn't good that I used him for EDA, or, I mean, any Archimedia, considering that you kind of want an ideal melee weapon for him. And I probably had, like, I don't know, Pangolin Sword or something that week, but I always hear people being like, oh, Clervo's amazing, and now he's got the deluxe skin, and I'm like, that's cool and all, but I don't get him. I just die as him. That's fair. I guess Apollo is pretty good for just turning your brain off. Like, I've done it several times on stream and, like, had some pretty good conversations, whereas, like, doing this on stream is a bit more brain intensive. I'd say a bit more, but it's like 0.1% more brain intensive. Wow, I have to, like, look at some text on the calendar and just do the text. So difficult. Do I have a good melee weapon on this? Kratos isn't really. Here, I can just... There we go. Gas Incense one-shots the little boil things? Hell yeah. Yeah, Duviri is like... Duviri came out at a really weird time in my life, too, so there's like... I feel very conflicted about Duviri. Plus, it's such a fucking grind if you want, like, every Incarnon Genesis adapter and all of the Duviri weapons. Duviri is such a grind. All the arcanes as well. Actually, getting the arcanes through Arcane Dissolution, the Duviri ones is not that bad, but Duviri is so cursed to me in my mind. I agree. It's kind of funny, like, I think I was pretty passively farming Clervo, and then, I wanted his Subsume for something, and so I was like, okay, well, I'm only, like, one part away or something, and so I just went, got his last part, built him, leveled him, for the mastery, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna get him eventually. I'm gonna get another copy eventually, so I'm just gonna subsume this one that I just leveled, my very first Kalervo. And so I did that, had the subsume for, I don't know what it was, maybe Wisp, some stupid Wisp build, and then later on I was like, okay, I guess I'll go get Kalervo now. Where's the boy? Alright, let's get out of here.
Turns out it's not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be interested in. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too.
Where is this gonna be?
See? Marking extraction. You can pull the ripcord whenever you need to.
That's there, so then it's... Shit, where is it here? Is it over here? No. I do kind of need... Fuck it, we'll just pop this. Yeah, like... no, I need to go here. Come on. Pick it up, pick it up. There we go. Yeah, Duviri is just... They made Duviri a bit too grindy, and I think they haven't nerfed it, like, much of the grind. It's taken too long for them to nerf the grinds. Like, I think Duviri was really cool and enjoyable for the first maybe, like, 20, 30 hours. And like, Duviri, not really Circuit. Circuit was probably fun for the first 20, 30 hours as well, but, you know, 120 hours later, you're like, nah. Yeah, it just kind of overstays its welcome, in my opinion. Like, if everything in Duviri wasn't as grindy as it is, it would be a lot more fun. Nerf for Streamline? I mean, I haven't really thought about that. It could be either. It could be both. I just wish that stuff in Duviri didn't take... I wish you weren't in Duviri as long to get everything from Duviri. How about that? Like, maybe add more optional evergreen stuff. Actually, you know what? Optional evergreen stuff is already in Duviri in the form of the Acrithis shop with, like, the Forma blueprints and Orphan Catalyst and stuff. Like, there already is evergreen content in Duviri. I mean, even Circuit has the random, like, weekly stuff. Like, you know, the Rivens and all this stuff. Like, there is evergreen content in Duviri, and I just feel the initial grind of getting all the unique content in Duviri should be a lot shorter. And then if they feel like the evergreen content in Duviri isn't good enough, then add more. But like, as it is, it's something like 100 and maybe 50 hours of Duviri to get all of the one-time stuff, and then you can get to the evergreen, like, just farm it whenever you want kind of stuff. Which I think is an insane grind. Like, even Railjack Intrinsics, which I think is maybe one of the other worst grinds in the game, like, longest-term grinds in the game, even Railjack Intrinsics, I don't feel like take 150 hours to max. Or even Railjack as a whole itself, like getting the best parts for your railjack, getting like corrupted hollow keys, getting like Shade and Sevagoth, like all of that I don't feel like takes 150 out. Duviri is the biggest content island. Longest content island, I should say. Yeah. I mean, I did this stupid thing of, like, when Incarnate Genesis came out, I was like, I want to get all of these as soon as possible. And so I went, and every single week of Circuit, I did all of Steel Path Circuit. Solo, pretty much. Actually, yeah, entirely solo. I did all of that for maybe like 3, 4, 5 months straight. Didn't miss a week. I got all the rewards. And it sucked so badly. I was exhausted. I hated Warframe. I would log in, do my Archon hunt, and then just do 6 hours of Circuit a week. And it sucked. It was awful. And I was like, fuck Duviri. And then I'd have to go and do 2 runs of normal Duviri to get the Pathos clamps, to get the actual Incarnate Genesis each week. No, 4 runs of normal Duviri to get the 40 Pathos claims to get the Incarnate Genesis every week. Sucked. Awful. Terrible. That was probably when I experienced the most burnout with Warframe. And it was kind of my own fault, because I was, I want to get this ASAP. I want to do it the hard way by doing it all solo. I want to get to rank 10 in the circuit every single week for 4 months straight or something. Yes, it was kind of a me problem. But also, isn't the whole point of sectioning out, like putting time limits on content and stuff in video games to, isn't the whole point of that to prevent burnout most of the time? And so why did I get burnout when I was still time restricted? I'm probably missing some critical point that I'm just too tired to think about, but it sucked. Fuck Duviri. Record with melee weapons. Do I want to get the... Yeah, let's do this. Record with melee weapons. I'm sorry, I'm done. Shut up now.
The art of combat must be practiced to truly.
That's fair, yeah.
The canvas of war.
That it's more psychological. And that's... Oh god, I could rant a whole bunch about how Warframe has way too many, like, FOMO things in it nowadays, and I wish they would cut back, but they just keep on adding more. That's a whole separate rant that I won't get into, but... And I know the answer is just... stop caring as much. Don't get try hard. Don't get everything. You don't need anything. Or you don't need everything. But also, I want everything. I'm kind of like the Frost Heirloom, honestly. And the Signa for the Frost Heirloom is maybe my favorite Signa. Honestly, I feel like Mag for me wasn't worth it, because I don't really play Mag, but... Also, with how long I've been playing this game, how much I've been playing this game in that time, like, the idea of, oh, pay, like, $100 for some cool cosmetics, which they only did one time, now it's just with Platinum, So only doing that like one time, like to support the company, I'm like, eh, sure. It's kind of a shitty business practice, and I feel kind of bad for supporting that shitty business practice, but also DE deserves, in my opinion, deserves some of my money for other stuff that they've done, so... Yeah, exactly. Frost's, like, heirloom isn't really that, I guess extravagant or gaudy, but maybe it's more just it appeals to my aesthetic sense, is the reason I like it. And after I got it, I became a Frost main, so I was like, well, sure. Not a Frost main. I was a Frost main for, like, maybe a month, but... Rhino's heirloom I kind of liked too, but I don't know. I think maybe I don't really like playing Mag, but I do think that Mag's heirloom is maybe Ember's as well are like the only two that I think actually that is literally I want to say only Mags I think feels the most like an actual heirloom skin. Like the rest just they're really nice, but like they probably don't fit the majesty and prestige that the name of heirloom probably should invoke. But I don't know, I like all the skins, but I just there are probably deluxe skins that I like more than the heirloom skins. Again, with the exception of maybe... No, even Mag has, I don't remember the name, but, like, the skin with, like, the cloth over the front. That one is really cool. I used that for a long time. And around the heirloom aesthetic. Yeah. Flux is good. Alright, where is extraction? Ow. Don't knock me over, idiot.
See? My ass is out here on the line too.
Did I complete my challenge, actually? Challenges? I did. Okay.
Use it when you need it, but only if you need it.
Where is extraction? It's over this way.
Conquer the foe, so you conquer yourself.
Extra Rhino, and then you see the in-game rendition of it. I don't think I've looked at the precs. Yeah. Embers I do really like. It was more like, I don't know if it's heirloomed enough to me. Here, where is decorate. Here we go. Rhino Prex. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. That is a pretty cool... Yeah. Actually, that's fair. They might have had... You know what? If they can make Grendel work with, like, the rigging and, like, skeletons and meshes and stuff, like, they could have made this work. Yeah. Oh well. Even, like, Valbin, I don't feel really fits, again, the heirloom aesthetic, you know? Even Valkyr. It looks nice. Both of the upcoming ones, they look nice, but are they heirloom? I'll probably take that, yeah. Is there anything else to do? We've only been live for like 3 hours. Oh, I mean, again, it looks really good, but I don't know if it feels like what I imagine an heirloom skin should be to me. I mean, plus also, with Valkyrie specifically, I do really like the deluxe skin she got a while back. Now... Here. Yeah, I mean, like, this was cool, you know? And it's like, it's gonna be hard to take off this for anything. But... Yeah. Did I forget anything? Am I... There's Nightwave that I could do. Are there any quick Nightwaves I could crank out? Not doing Index. Don't really feel like Syndicate. Do Lith or some Relics. That's an elite one too. Get this. That's okay. Here, let's crank this out. Mostly about the material in the bodies. Base Nebula materials, the other side. Yeah, that's a good point about the heirloom aesthetic.
Your enemies have grown.
I don't know, it's also kind of just maybe too early to tell, because I don't know, I when it was just Frost and Mag, I was like, oh, the heirloom, like, the texture is gonna be something kind of like a special effect that is relating to the frame, I guess. And so Frost kind of made sense to me, because he's like, you know, just a big, like, ethereal snow globe thing. Maybe it's more the whole collection of items that come with the heirloom rather than the heirloom itself that to me warrants yeah, actually, okay, I maybe this is a good way to articulate my point with heirlooms, is like, for me it's about the whole collection. And with Mag and Rhino, when those came out, the Cygnus were new, they were exclusive, they were like, holy shit, these look beautiful. But now the heirloom collections, they're almost like formulaic. Like, you know what you're getting when you, like, when a new heirloom comes out. And it, to me, it doesn't feel as like, holy shit, they did something really new and unique. And so, yeah, I think, like, it being new and unique and, like, something impressive like that is, to me, what heirloom is. And I realize how hard it must be to, do that for every single frame that they come out with. But, I mean, they do have, you know, 6 months to come out with a new one. And, I mean, if anything, they could have done, 2 heirlooms each TennoCon and had it been, like, a cool thing to announce at TennoCon. And then, you know, they'd have the whole year prepping to get ready for, like, this cool, whatever the new technology or thing was to go with it. But, you know, especially only 6-month gap between them, it leads to me feeling like they're just too formulaic. You know what you're getting. They're not like, wow, this is cool and unique, you know? Do that with the deluxes, not with the same level of polish that heirlooms have. Yeah. Prime sets for frames. Different coherent theme. That's probably a good point, yeah. And I probably should view them more in that way. But again, I think it's when the Frost and Mag heirloom came out, I just remember that feeling, and you know that $100 price tag for them. I think I only bought like the $70 bundle or something, but that price tag for them, it made them feel prestigious, even if that's a problematic, like, connection of, you know, the more money you pay, the more prestigious they are. It made them feel really special. And then, you know, the Signas and stuff as well. Like, God. I as they release more, I will probably just get more attached to the idea of what they actually are and appreciate them for what they are. But I'm still kind of in that, I don't know, honeymoon phase of, like, you know, Mag and Frost were so amazing, and now they're just kind of cranking them out, and they're not as cool, and, like, you know, they're cool, but they're not special. How about that? And again, I like them. They're good skins on their own, but they just don't really feel like they... All the subsequent heirlooms haven't captured that same feeling that the Mag and Frost did when they initially released. It's what I'm trying to get at. Exactly, yeah. And not even that I want them to be, like, exclusive or, like, you know, time limited, have them be, like, a FOMO aspect. I'm not for that. But, like you said, have like, some kind of novel aspect to them. Have them, each one be unique. Have, them do something special. I mean, even Embers, I kind of felt was kind of special in that, you know, Mags was a lot more kind of cool or pretty, whereas Embers was, like, really, like, sexed up and, like, you know, hot, literally. And so I felt like that was kind of a unique direction. You know, Embers was something different. Frost's, not Frost, Rhino's, though, was, I think, to me, kind of very similar to Frost's, in that they were just both, like, very big, bulky men. And then Valkyr's is very similar to Embers for me in that, you know, they're just like, here's a really pretty lady. And even Valbin's is kind of the same, where it's like, you know, now he's like a big, like, dude in a coat. I mean, the coat is kind of unique, somewhat, but... yeah, again, it's like, it's just...
The hostage is almost
they
at
don't
the top.
quite feel as unique as I would hope they would be. Like, they went from being this cool new thing to just being a formula, and I can get used to the formula, but I'm not used to the formula yet. If the Rhinoprax was made into... that's fair, yeah. That probably would have been unique and interesting.
You have collected enough reactant to open your relic.
And it is kind of cool, though, seeing the, like, artistic side of the community be like, oh, hey, you know, now there's this new, art style to kind of try to replicate. And it's been really cool seeing everyone's takes on, like, you know, here's, whatever frame, but heirloom. Similar to the proto frames as well. You know, actually, I think proto frames... Maybe heirlooms kind of got overshadowed by proto frames in my mind as well, because heirlooms were this cool new, you know, visual design, but then not even half a year later in the same TennoCon, was it the same? I don't remember. Just shortly after, though, now we have proto frames, and proto frames seem like a wider design space to do interesting things with than heirloom, and that is probably by design of, like, heirlooms are trying to fit into a very specific design. They're trying to follow a design, like, aesthetic, whereas proto frames are more of a situational concept, I guess. I don't know how to phrase all this, but I don't know. Again, it's like, to me, I think heirlooms were like, oh, these are cool, and then they were like, oh, wait, now actually there's proto frame skins, and those are even cooler. And now I'm just like, well, who cares about heirlooms anymore? Because we have proto frames. And, you know, we've even have proto frames of the same frames that they're making heirloom skins of, pretty much. Some of them. And so now you have to choose, well, these two really cool skins for this frame just came out. Which one do I want to use? Do I want to use the heirloom, or do I want to use the proto frame? But the proto frames, those are special. They come with, you know, dialogue. They come with cool animations and transformations and all this cool stuff. And proto frames do come with, you know, a cool Prex card, a Signa. Do they come with Sandanas? I don't think they do. They might, actually. I don't remember. No, they don't. They come with, like, cool stuff too, but it's like, you know, it's you can only choose one, and you have to be like, well, what do I feel like doing? Actually, I mean, I guess with proto frames you can have two, because you can transform between the two, but what do we need? We need a Neo and an Axie. Yeah. There's a lot of cool things about proto frame. I mean, honestly, I've bought all the proto frame skins, but I'm like, I think I've only equipped maybe like 1 or 2 of them. But that's kind of more that I just haven't really been into Fashion Frame that much. Which I really should actually go and, like... I need to get back into Fashion Frame. Fashion Frame doesn't have numbers that can go up, you know?
There's no
I care about
telling
pretty
the
things
captors
when the
are due
numbers
for
don't
a
go up.
rescue target. You need to find the holding cell immediately.
They probably make a lot of proto-frames. That's true. I do feel that the proto-frames are a lot more popular than they were even anticipating, though. And so... I don't know, they could retcon and be like, actually, here's, like, another 10 proto-frames or something. Just because Rebecca wanted to be like, well, here's my next 10 favorite actors.
Let's go home.
You know, it's kind of funny, like, I often hear of,
Finish your mission
like,
to
Steve's
find out what's
direction of
inside.
Warframe as being, like, here's this cool idea that, like, we're not really gonna flesh out, like, we're just gonna half-ass implement, and it's gonna be kind of bad, and people are gonna hate it. But I feel like Rebecca has been, like, here, we're gonna throw in a romance system, we're gonna throw in human frames, we're gonna throw in a motorcycle, and it's the same amount of, like, just, I want this thing in Warframe, I'm gonna put it in Warframe. Like, impulsive decisions. But I guess at least with Rebecca, she actually, like, polishes it, instead of Steve just being like, okay, we have it in the game, now let's go on to something new. I mean, I know they're all fans, pretty much. Like, DE is so unapologetically just in love with their game, and that's kind of the charm. But, gosh, like... I think Rebecca being like, oh, you can date them in TennoCon, like, last year, was just so, like... Of course Rebecca would say that. Give me a good Axie. Avatar, survival... Sure, we'll just do this. That's right. It's always so funny how in a lot of really I feel like so many devs just pride themselves on, like, oh, we have like 2 novels worth of dialogue when they like announce something new that has like a lot of dialogue. It's just so funny how that's like become almost like a gameplay feature that people are like, oh my god. Holy shit, it's an entire book. A book in my sci-fi ninja game? Wow.
Has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
That is probably what she's just been up to, is just... I mean, listen, she's into fucking Love and Deep Space now, like... You know what? There's no fucking way that Rebecca Ford being into Love and Deep Space now is not going to manifest in some way in Warframe in the future. There's no fucking way that we're not going to get more dateable proto-frames. And they aren't going to be hot as hell. More frames of piercings. It is kind of weird. They have that kind of like almost like emo look to a lot of them that it is kind of weird, or like I don't remember. Is it like alternative? Is that the expression? It is weird that they don't have more like piercings, tattoos, like all that kind of stuff. Well, I don't really know where they'd have tattoos actually, but are these abilities immune?
You don't have enough. More bugs! More shiny bugs!
Am I missing something? I have to kill you first? No. Okay, there we go.
No! No!
God, they have to add more proto frames. I can't imagine that they don't add more. Eleanor is good, yes. Piercings aren't a good idea. That's true, yeah.
There are still undiscovered supply caches in the area. You may want to locate them before leaving. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Youngest. I would have Eleanor without her ponytail. Really? I like her ponytail. Though, having Eleanor with her hair down would be pretty nice to see. Her proto-frames would also be else. Yeah. It does kind of feel weird how almost limited some of the customization for the proto-frames is. Not that I want them to just be like complete canvases like normal frames are, but like I don't know, like they could so easily add like I mean, they added Minerva's shades for one. Why don't they have a whole bunch of just cosmetics and stuff like that for all the other ones? She would be very pretty with her hair down, yeah.
I make exceptions for
I don't want to do isolation vaults. You know, speaking of, like, shitty farms that you shouldn't bother doing in this fucking game, isolation vaults fucking suck. Fuck that. Syndicate missions, index. Yeah, actually, that's a good way of putting it, is when they introduced proto-frames, I expected at least the level of customization that operators and drifters had. And then it was like, you can color their armor, cool, that makes sense. And then you can color their hair, and that's it. And it's like, that's it? What do you mean that's it? You have this entire, like, system where you can customize operators and drifters. What do you mean you can only customize their hair color? I so also the reason they did Focus 3.0. True. Is there anything else I need to do? I feel like I'm missing something. It's only been 3 hours and I've even done like Nightwave stuff. Did the EDA and ETA just go that smoothly this week? Here, you mentioned this ephemera. Oh yeah, this is nice. I didn't notice all the like little almost like unfocused lights in the background, the bubble things, and these are really cool. This almost feels like a better power crept like Smoking Body or Ephemera or the like some of the other like foggy ones. This is really nice. That'll be fun to get. Though it almost looks like, I don't want to say photoshopped in. There's a part of me that doesn't like how it like comes forward. It's all just like in the back. But maybe this is just in the preview. I don't know. We'll have to see. Don't show the aura when you move. Oh, God. I hope you're right. That would be really tragic. It is a little bulky, though, but I'm sure there's other ephemeras that are pretty bulky. Or, no, not... Yes, ephemeras. What do we have here? Actually, why am I caring about, like, bulky ephemeras when we have, like... That's actually not that bulky. This one is fucking annoying, even though it's really cool. This one is bulky. This one is fucking bulky. This one's not as bulky as I thought. Actually, why am I caring about bulky when we have the fucking wing ephemeras? Like, God, no. Hopefully they don't make it only when you're standing still. Because we have all kinds of other shit that should disappear. I think that, Corpusant has, like, a bit of kind of glow when you're not standing still. Though, I mean, you also just need, like, a not really bright energy color for it. Arrows. Yeah. If we had better field of view sliders or something, then something like this would be cool. Here's player, and they see that too when they get close to you. Yeah, that happened to me one time, and I didn't know that it did that. And I was like, hey, what the fuck is this to my friends? And they were like, oh, it's just Root Prime's ephemera. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know why they did that. Exactly. Well, I mean, it was an ephemera that we both missed, apparently, but... Where the fuck even is it? Am I blind? Where did it go? Oh, here it is. I'm kind of not even sure why I bought this on the Prime Resurgence. Like, I don't know when I would use this. It doesn't look bad, but it's just like, I don't know what kind of aesthetic I would pair it with. Maybe it gave something else too. Oh, Brute Prime Access. Yeah, is the Brute Prime Access still here, actually? Or did it already cycle over?
Vanguard, the pride of Empire.
Yeah, no, it came with this, too, I
And
think.
the end of it.
It's a little hard to see, but...
Hell of a thing.
Eh. Or was it this one? Yeah, that had to be Revenants, so then this one had to be Brooks. This isn't really that interesting. God, I'm afraid if I ever get into Nalgo collecting, because that's like so much money for all the Prime ones. And I know you can just get it from Prime Resurgence with Regal Aya and stuff, but like even with Regal Aya, I mean, what, there's like 30, 40, I think 40 Prime frames now. That's 40 Regal Aya. I don't want to get it. Thanks for showing me his grippers. Excellent preview. Oh, it also came with this thing. I saw someone use this as like a background for their arsenal, which looked pretty cool. Oh, it even spins. I feel like that would be annoying though, actually. Yeah, you could probably do something interesting with this, but also navigation pad. That would be cool, yeah. There being furnishings in Prime Access, though, is not something that I think I like. I mean, I know there was the Nidus maggots as well, and God, see, the thing with Prime furnishings and Prime Access is you're like tempted to buy like 10 of them. I mean, at least now, like, these furnishings show up in Prime Resurgence, so you can just buy them with Regal Aya, but, I mean, yeah, if you wanted, like, even 7 of these, that's like $40. I mean, I don't know, at least with this, you probably don't want 7 of them. The Nidus Maggots, you might want 7 or 10 of them, honestly, but... Regal still? Yes, it is. But, like... Yeah. I tend not to buy, the actual Prime Accesses because, I mean, 1, they're just expensive as hell, and 2, it's... I don't know, it's kind of rare for me to actually like, all the items in a Prime Access. Like, I think I bought Protea Prime accessories, and the ephemera for that is really cool. I mean, the Ciandana for Protea was also pretty cool. Yeah, this one. Like, this is also pretty cool, but it's it's asymmetrical, and it's like you can't use this all the time. There's like a certain look that you have to go for to use this kind of Ciandana. Here, actually, let me get like a attachments. No, Ciandana. Yeah, like this looks cool, but you can't use this all the time. I mean, I guess the ephemera you probably wouldn't use all the time either. Especially because it's been bugged for like a year now. But this is more... This is a bit more general use, in my opinion. Like, I could see myself using this on several frames, whereas the Ciandana is like, eh. And Protea Prime Access was even one of the kind of better ones in my eyes, where I decently liked both the accessories. Tempted to buy Urelli's. They feel complete with it. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I don't remember what was in... What's his name? Sevagoth's Prime Access. I know there was the Signa, the cap, the feather cap. That was really cool. But... Sevagoth Prime Access. What else was in Sevagoth Prime Access? Oh, it doesn't have pictures? Complete pack? No, I'm not entering my age. Early Prime Access. What is the accessories for her? Oh. Man. Urelli Prime Access is pretty nice. I think I was actually thinking of buying Urelli Prime Access. But I was like, maybe I should save my money. But looking at this again, I might. Yeah, I think Sevagoth, I don't remember. Here, can I see images of it? Oh, that must have been what it was. I think Sevagoth Prime Access had the Signa, but it also had Sentinel accessories. And... Dude, I've never used Sentinel accessories in my entire life. And so I'm like, I could spend $50 for just a little feather cap, or I could wait a few years and just spend, like, I don't know, $5 in Prime Resurgence. And that's kind of the thing with a lot of accessories. Not even the one from the Diriger Deluxe? Here, let's go look at Diriger Deluxe. Actually, no, we'll look. Is it this one? These are not accessories. Hydra Deluxe Bundle. Hydra Deluxe. No. Fuck. Oh, these! That's right. These are pretty cute. Oh, is it the whole skin? I don't know, I just... There's a lot of stuff in this game that I just am too lazy to fashion out, I think. That's fair. I think I came up with, like, a decent... Well, I don't know. I fashion framed Sevagoth, like, just the Prime himself. And so I didn't end up using the Deluxe. And so if I did... I mean, I don't even know if you would use Diriga with... Well, actually, no, it's a Diriga skin. Yeah, I don't know if I would even use Diriga with... No, Hydroid, not Hydroid. Why am I... Ugh. Hydroid. Yeah, I don't play Hydroid. Is the thing. I played him once, I think, in EDA, and I got through it, and I was like, that was underwhelming, and I just haven't touched him since. I probably should, though. Like, I think he's okay now. Everything about the frame usually frame months and years later. I'm like, that's fair. I honestly tend to forget about like the helmet and skin options for frames. I mean, like, this is really cool. I should have made a whole fashion frame with this Atlas skin, but I just had Atlas Prime. I just had him like basic like this because who the fuck plays Atlas, you know, a few months ago. And I was like, well, okay, how do I make this Atlas look good? And then I was like, after I finished, I was like, oh, that's right, this exists. Too late now, though. And then the other issue is with the helmets, it's really hard to mix and match sometimes because they don't fit with the textures and stuff. And so I usually don't even mix and match helmets. I think I mixed and matched with my Mesa, though, actually. No, actually, okay. No, not there. Not there. Okay, no, I didn't. Yes, of course, the Zenny Star skin. Iconic. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I like usually just forget about like fashion frame options, like some of the more obscure, like sigils. I forget sigils exist 90% of the time. I forget customizing your weapons or your sentinel exists most of the time. I forget all kinds of stuff until years later, and then like I'm like, oh, that's right, I could customize this random thing. I mean, like, who customizes their fucking arc guns, for example? I know I'm missing out. I know I need to go just spend like a whole year fashion framing everything. I did when I started, and then I just got so hyper fixated on, again, just seeing the numbers go up, getting max mastery, getting all the fucking arcanes, getting all the mods, etc. All this kind of like numbers things that then I was like, oh, that's right. Though this year I did catch up on mastery. I'm almost caught up on arcanes. I'm trying to like tick through all of those long-term boxes. And then God, the year's already half over. I did want to try to get into IKEA frame this year, though. Because, I mean, like, I have, you know, a bit here and there. Do I have anything up here? Not really. Got that thing. Got a whole bunch of Roombas. I have one of those ball thing. Here we go. Like, I've done a bit. Oh, I have a floof pile, of course. Can't forget the floof pile. But I want to get into IKEA frame this year. And if I can at least just do that, then I'll be happy. Like, fashion frame is, like, a bit more of a, like, you know, gradual, you do a bit here and there kind of thing. But I think IKEA frame is more of a, you get an idea, and you're like, okay, I need to lock in, I need to just do this whole thing in one go, or like in a week or something, and then just keep it there for like a year. Lack of option for walls and floors. Kind of blend in thematically for me. Yeah. I think the biggest barrier that I have, like, foreshadowed is a lot of the nice furnishings, like this backdrop here, are from Zariman. And the Zariman furniture is fucking expensive. And I have, like, 0 Zariman standing. And so, before I get into IKEA frame, in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna need to just go farm, like, 3 weeks worth of Zariman. Because... Oh, mask, here we go.
It's your dorm zone.
I mean, all this kind of stuff is like 5,000. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, here's some 10,000 stuff. That's kind of, you know, getting a bit more expensive. Here's more 10,000 stuff. That's okay, not great. You can only get like 3 of those per day. Actually, most of this stuff is a lot cheaper than I remember it being. Okay, but then there's the more fancier stuff that's fucking 40,000. And I think here's some 50,000 stuff. I mean, it's fucking gold statues. I don't know if you want, like, a colonist woman gold statue just somewhere in your orbiter or whatever. Probably not. You probably wouldn't need to spend 50,000 on this. And if you do, it's gonna be like a centerpiece. You're only gonna need, like, one. But... Or a fucking Albrecht and Trotty painting for 60,000 standing. Probably not gonna want a ton of those. But if you did, 60,000 standing. Honestly, though, looking back at this, a lot of this furniture costs a lot less than I remember it being. I mean, all of it should be only like 5k standing, realistically. But it's not as bad as I remember. There's so much of it, though.
Furniture anyway. You take care now.
But here's Yalta.
Objects that have affected one another continue to affect one
Not
another,
this.
even when they're separated.
Yes, all of my void plumes that I can trade in for standing. This will work definitely. Oh, they did reduce the prices? Okay, that must be what happened. I tend to look at all the patch notes. God, I must have missed that. Thank God.
I'll see you later.
No, not Cavallero.
Stay sharp.
I love it when you come around. Just let me know.
Wait, did they reduce the prices of these?
Set you up with a whole new look.
I don't remember if they did. They might have, actually. God, thank God they reduced this, like, cost of everything here, though. I mean, not everything, but some of the stuff. Because... yeah, I thought I was gonna need, like, 3 weeks of standing. No, because, I remember buying these, like, I think sometime last year. I think these were before 1999 came out. I don't know. I'm second guessing myself now. Wait, how much are these? No, I'm pretty sure I don't remember. These weren't 5,000 when I did it. I think I went and bought these and I think they were like 20,000. Maybe? I don't know. It's kind of been on the back burner for a long time. Wait, isn't there some... oh, there's the Drifter Camp. I I've had the idea of IKEA. I should get into IKEA frame at least since they added the Drifter Camp. That was like I know that was a very long time ago, and it was like a very like long term, like I'll get into it eventually kind of goal. But no, I think if they've reduced these prices in the past, since like last, I don't know, September, October, then I must have just not seen it in the patch notes. But if it was before then I must be dumb. I don't know.
Ah, well. Next time, huh? Mind how you go, kid.
God, I bought out everything in the 1999 shops. Well, except for the furnishings, I guess, but I could just go buy all those. Like, I bought out everything in 1999, and I was like, oh, like, thank God, I just have everything. I don't need to worry about standing here now. And I have wanted to do that for the other syndicates. And actually, to be fair, like, or Valis and Cetus and stuff, those syndicates are kind of poo-poo in terms of, like, just needing a bunch of standing for as well. But Zariman was always the one that scared me. Because, again, Hombask has just so expensive things. I think even Cavalero, like, I was worried about having to buy all the arcanes. But now they're all maxed. These were 50,000 standing, at least. I swear. That was 50,000 standing. No, I don't know. Okay. It might have been years ago, honestly, because that doesn't sound familiar to me at all.
Not feeling it.
I feel like we're both, like, accidentally gaslighting each other, though, right now. Is it gaslighting if it's accidental? Is it gaslighting if we're both just fucking have terrible memory? Oh, that makes, like, the idea of getting into IKEA frame a lot more manageable, though. Secondhand gaslighting. It's funny.
What's on your mind?
Is there anything else I need to make sure to do? I have my Forma. I don't know. Well, like, last October, I remember going through and just doing a big grind of, like, getting a whole bunch of Ostron standing, getting a whole bunch of, like, Fortuna standing, getting Avia, no, not Kavia, getting, like, Entrati standing and stuff, and, like, maxing out your daily standing cap for all of these different syndicates is such a pain. Like, I've always hated conservation, probably because I'm fucking blind, but then it was like, oh, well, if you want to cap Ostron standing, conservation is the best way to do it, and I'm like, hey, fine, I'll do it. So sure enough, I got into conservation for, like, a month or two, and it works. It was tedious, I hated it, but I don't even know what it was for. Oh, it was for my arcane collection. To get the Exodia arcanes, I think. I would do bounties, but I don't fucking know the... Hanzu. Like, the bounties here, though, the most you can get is 5,000 for the Steel Path one. Yeah, like, capping standing in Cetus is through bounties takes a long ass time. Whereas with conservation, you do ideally want to wait for nighttime, but you can cap in like 5-10 minutes just by going out and capturing like Voska Kabats.
You choose to pursue.
And again, you have to like actually learn how to do conservation if you've never done it before. Which I didn't want to, but I did it and it was worth it. Was it Hawk? No, it wasn't Hawk. No, it was Hawk, actually. They need to reduce the price of some of this shit. Like, who wants to spend 100k for some blue spices? I mean, blue spices, this actually does look pretty good. I would love to have just a big pot of blue spices. Wait, really? An entire bounty in about a minute? That sounds ridiculous. Do I have to go look up YouTube videos for bounty speedrunning now?
Move along then. I'm not running a social club.
Hawk. No, not that. Browse wares.
Busier than a one-armed mine with a skin rash. What may I provide?
Yeah, getting all these Exodia Arcanes took a while. And there was the armor set as well. Oh, there was also getting into conservation for all of the companion rework mods. That was another thing that I needed to do it for. Yeah, for veterans, you only really need Aya just for, like, the, few, like, cosmetic stuff. Wait, did you not... do you not have all the new companion mods? Like, even Resourceful Retriever and stuff? The Bond mods are really good. They're worth it. The Retriever mods are all really good. Okay, you do have them. The claw ones. Oh. There's like... I mean, you can kind of... I feel like the claw mods and, like, actually, like, making good builds out of all this stuff, you kind of only need it for maybe, like, 2 or 3 companions. Like, the rest are kind of just still used for utility. I mean, the utility is really good, and companions can do a lot of damage, but... Actually, most of the companions that do a lot of damage aren't even the living ones. It's, like, the Hounds, Sentinels. Lamau, remember Moas? I think it's like, Sunika Kubro can do pretty good damage if you, like, want them to, but... Yeah, again, like, they seem mostly good for, like, newer players, where your companion can just carry you, but even then, as a newer player, I mean, honestly, a lot of the mods for companions to make them good, or the beast ones to make them good, are a lot harder to get. Like, Bite is notoriously rare to get. All the other ones you need to do conservation for, you need to have access to all 3 zones, potentially. Like, etc, layers. But I do feel like for new players, they can be pretty good. Like, they could probably carry you in Steel Path. But also, again, you could just use a companion. You could just fucking get Nautilus Prime, get Verglass Prime, put on a basic-ass build onto it, and then just have that kill everything for you. True, yeah. Isn't, like, basic Death Cube really easy to build? What is the master rank on this? Does it say? Am I blind? Might not have a master rank. Yeah, this is incredibly easy to build. MR0. Fuck, maybe I should have told one of my friends when they got into the game to get this instead. Mm-hmm. Did all of that. What even were these? Nothing good. Mechamon synergy. I've heard a few mentions of that. Mecha. The target applies the status effect to all enemies. Was this... Did they change the set effect, or was status effects just not that big of a deal until recently? Oh, on Kome this would be ridiculous. Yeah, I don't remember these being good, but I don't know if that was like pre-status being good or if they changed them. It was probably pre-status being good. Okay. Because I do remember the marks a target every 60 seconds part. Warframe, Aura, Road Claws. Reach enemy within 30. This actually sounds... Primary weapon status chance added to companion, yeah. These actually sound like really good, like all the synergy and stuff. The tech mods. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of, yeah. I didn't realize that they were that similar. I think yeah, Tech Enhance used to be bread and butter for Smita. And so that was probably how I ended up seeing the tech set bonuses that often. But then I probably just never saw the mecha mods. Yeah. Cats over dogs in general, honestly. God, having this conversation is just been taking me back like years thinking about all the different like times of Warframe of like, you know, back when Fortuna released, back when Deimos released, like I'm going on a trip down memory lane here. Yeah, yeah. The sad thing is that Smita wasn't even that good. It was just like Charm was Charm. Like, oh god, I don't even remember what the other campaigns I used were. But I do remember using other companions even before the companion rework. When I didn't need Smita, but then, you know, 95% of the time it was like, well, why not use Smita? Helios I used a lot. I think I used whatever the fuck this is. Darza. Panzer has been good. Yeah, I've always been a pretty big Helios fan. Like, whenever there's new content, gotta bring Helios in, you know. I think Nautilus was... No... I don't remember if Nautilus was good before the companion rework. Well, it probably was, I just don't know if I used it, actually. Worm I didn't use. Oh god. I wasn't around for the Carrier Prime days, but there was that. Oh, the Vulpaphilas. Actually, yeah, was it Crescent? I don't know which Vulpaphyla it was. But there was the Vulpaphyla that, like, gave you evasion and helped, like, with your survivability. I remember using that, and actually, those were, the Vulpaphylas were good because they would never die. And that was a thing before companion rework. That's right. Yeah. Sly Vulpaphyla, I think that was the one that, like, had really good evasion. Yeah, I'm really... It's so wild just, like, thinking back to old things in Warframe that were just normalized. It was like, yeah, your companion can just die forever. And we didn't really question it. But now we're like, why the fuck would we choose that? Why was that a good idea? Why were we fine with that? I mean, I know, like, if we actually stopped and thought about it, we were like, that kind of sucks. You know, that was why we thought that the Vulpaphylas were really good. But, like, it was just normalized. That's fair, yeah. But it's just, it's wild thinking back to all the stuff from years ago that, yeah, we were fine with. It was just, it was all we knew. Wait, what? God, hold on. I played Dota 2 back in, like, I think it was 2012 to 2015. And that is insane to hear. Are there just, like, a whole bunch of little couriers now? That you can just, like... Do they still give us much gold? That's insane to me. What the fuck? What? No! I'm losing my mind. Oh my god. Here, may as well do some of these. What syndicate am I even partnered with? Dedicated slot for teleport schools? Oh god. What? What? I'm with Karen, okay. This syndicate missions that is the night with this week, right? Yes, it is. Okay. Capture, capture, capture. Don't mind if I do. Quality of life is a hell of a drug. Hell of a drug, ain't that the truth? Jeez. I honestly forget
You must find, capture, and
a
extract
lot
the
of
target.
Your calculated survival probability.
I forget so much stuff from Dota. Like, I've very much just blocked those times out of my mind. Dota wasn't even, like, my type of game to play. I just got into it because, like, all my friends were into it. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll play this, like, weird, like, PvP competitive game for, like, 3 years. And I did get, like, decently into it. Didn't do, like, ranked or anything, but... God. I don't even know why I played it for that long. Peer pressure is why, actually, but... Most of the games I like playing... Oh god, capture. I'm gonna fucking fail the mission because I just walked past the capture target. Why does this keep on happening? Hello. That's fair, yeah.
Mission complete.
I-
Captive has been escorted to the extraction point.
I'm
Well done.
generally more of just like a single player. Like, I like, I don't know, single player kind of like, yeah, not necessarily single player experiences, but I like adventure games though. I don't like just like arena type of competitive, that kind of stuff. I mean, I've played enough like, you know, FPS shooters, competitive kind of stuff in my life, but I don't know. I always like more just adventure and exploration, or like grindy, see number go up kind of games. RPGs. I didn't see it, okay. You know, I mean, I played Final Fantasy. I've played Final Fantasy for a very long time, on and off. Final Fantasy 14. I don't know if I said 14. Like, MMORPGs are
I am pleased with your performance.
fun, but also, their communities suck. Like, I think the MMO part of MMORPGs is probably their worst part, in my opinion. In terms of just them being RPGs that like you can just grind out and do a lot with, they're great, you know. I mean, God, the MMO part of MMORPGs and the kind of like excessively grindy live service aspect to them are the two parts that I just don't really have the patience for anymore. Like, I got a Switch 2, you know, a few weeks ago, and I was like, well, I have all these like old Switch games and all these new Switch 2 games that are here, and they're not live service, they're not grindy, they're not like go spend your whole life trying to complete them. And I have kind of recently like stopped playing Final Fantasy 14 as much, and after playing it for like the past 3 years, and the idea of just going and just playing a game that I can still grind, I can still make progress in, I can still, you know, work towards goals and like, you know, feel accomplished in, but that has an ending. And then I can feel like, good, I checked it off the list, it's done, I can choose to come back if I want to, but if I don't, it's done. Like, it's not gonna be constantly updated. There's not gonna be, you know, a new patch in a few months that I'm gonna have to come back and play. I mean, I know I'm playing Warframe that is a live service game, but I need to get away from live service games. More than I have been. My life has been live service games for, like, years now. And, I don't know, just want to go back to the simple life, you know? Horizontal progression. Oh, interesting. Really interact with players outside of doing quests in the open world together. That does sound pretty nice. Yeah, I think all of the MMOs that I've gotten relatively into, and that mainly just being Final Fantasy 14 and Terra, I think both of them definitely were just vertical progression. And Terra was actually really nice because like I don't know how much you know about Terra, like, at all. So kind of going at it with like a just no knowledge kind of perspective, but Terra was really nice because it had the whole like just generic like MMO experience kind of thing, but a lot of Terra's like older content which is long forgotten, and so and that included like whole areas, whole like syndicates, like whole factions, whole like dungeons and stuff, and it was so I know this is kind of a phenomenon that like a lot of even YouTubers and content creators like kind of explore, of like, you know, abandoned dead games, which now Terra is actually just offline. But even back when I played it, there was just entire like continents that were just almost empty, that there was not really any reason to go to outside of you know, just barely touching them to go to like the dungeons, to level up, to get to end game, and then you just spend all of your time in the end game like continent. And that was like like the early game leveling progression was just so streamlined to just like funnel you into, do this dungeon, okay, now do this dungeon, okay, now do this dungeon, and you would teleport you to the dungeon. You didn't have to like engage with any of it, and anything else rather. And but if you actually just stopped and like went off the beaten path, went and explored some of it, it was just empty. Ghost towns everywhere. I would go to like the old endgame zones and see like, you know, level like 50 enemies, like boss open world super bosses, and just be like, holy shit, this looks really cool. And there was no one there. And that phenomenon was so cool to me. It was a digital archive. It was like, you know, going on a whole, it was pioneering and exploring forgotten lands that hadn't been touched in, you know, maybe a year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Okay, let me read what you said here. Grinding games have good gameplay in comparison to other games. That's fair. Like, I think grindy games, live service games, like, if you find one that really resonates with you, you tend to just stick to that game for a very long time, and it's very hard to almost feel comfortable to like go try something new. But I don't know. Again, I think I just like have done too much live service. I mean, I'm still gonna play like, you know, the few gacha games I play. I'm still gonna play Warframe, but I don't know. I there's so many cool experiences that aren't live service, and not all of them, obviously, but you know, I just want to go experience them, you know? Heavily incentivized doing old content. It's getting into it. Don't matter in Guild Wars 2. Or progression once you reach cap. Yeah, that a lot of that sounds pretty similar to Final Fantasy XIV. It has like level scaling. It has like, you can level all the jobs on one character kind of thing, so there's a lot of incentive to just use one character and like keep going back to like the starting cities and keep doing early quests and stuff. But I need a break from MMOs, you know. That is true. I mean, you can still go back and like unsync stuff, and like there's evergreen rewards like mounts and glamour and stuff, but Yeah, the whole, like, just... The whole, you do a raid tier for, like, 100 hours, and then in 8 months, you could just go back and do the whole raid tier, get everything that you spent, like, 100 hours to get. You could get it all in, like, 5 hours if you just wait 8 months, is such a slap in the face. Like, and I feel that way, again, maybe Guild Wars 2 is, like, the shiny beacon that I've been missing all this time. I think I've kind of looked into Guild Wars 2, like, on, like, the surface level, just, like, looked at screenshots, and, like, it didn't really seem that appealing to me, but actually, I mean, I like anime stuff is the thing. That's why I liked Final Fantasy a lot. Oh, it's not a pretty game? Yeah, I mean... Arguably, like, Warframe isn't an especially pretty game. I mean, it's graphically pretty, but it's not, you know, cutesy necessarily. I guess Terra wasn't really that pretty, but... I don't know. I'll look into it, though. Like, I'm kind of curious. I don't think I'd actually play it, but maybe I'd, like, watch some videos on it. That's fair, yeah. Yes. This. I mean, that's like half the... Just going and watching, like, video essays on random shit is, like, what I do half the time anyways nowadays, so... even if I didn't get into, Guild Wars 2, like, would definitely be fun to just, like, go watch someone talk about it for, like, an hour or two.
Prepare for incoming support.
I should actually capture the target before I forget.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate
Okay,
the
I'll keep that
captive
in mind.
back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
That was one thing that really bothered me about 14, is, like, having to pay the subscription fee. Like, it just... Even if I have the money for it, it's just, like, the mentality of, like, you know, you put money into... You pay for a sub, and then you're like, well, I want to get my money's worth. I want to, you know, like, try to not waste my money. And that's how they get you. That's how they fucking, you know, manipulate you into spending time with their game. And then there's all the kind of, like, FOMO content of, like, oh, do your weekly grinds, you know, cap currencies, do raids, and, like, oh, you gotta, like, log in to keep your house, and... Free-to-play games, like, again, even if, like, the sub is only, like, $5 or something, it's still, like... That's why I like Warframe so much. You know, I put a lot of money into this game. I probably put as much as I have in Warframe as I have into, like, Final Fantasy 14. But, like, with Warframe, I know that if I ever take a break and come back, I don't need to, like, put more money down. I don't need to get my money's worth.
Another job well executed.
That's right. Kubros could die. And, I mean, well, honestly, nowadays, like, there is a lot of, like, weekly FOMO content with Warframe, unfortunately. But I remember, I took a break, from Warframe around when Orphix Venom came out. And I missed that whole event.
You are here
But
on a capture mission. You must find,
I
capture,
didn't
and
really
extract
feel
our
like
target.
I missed anything. Like, there was, like, some cosmetics and stuff that I didn't get, but I think they added the cosmetics from Orphix Venom back to other stuff. Or to other sources, rather. And I took a 3-month break, whereas, like, you know, I take a 3-month break with, like, Final Fantasy 14, and then all my gear is invalid. I've lost my house. I've probably been kicked from my guild. I've lost all this kind of stuff. I've lost all my progression kind of thing. I have to start all over, and then I'm probably behind on the gear grind because everyone has been doing their weeklies every week.
Well done.
I mean, even now in Warframe, if I took like a 3-month break, I, you know, would miss out on some updates. I would, well, now I would miss out on whatever the 8 Claw or whatever the hell the new operation is called. I'd miss out on that, and I'd probably have to like do some other things to get the current the stuff from that operation coming up. But I'd miss out on Archon shards, but Archon shards I have like, you know, 50 yellows. I don't really need Archon shards. Yeah, again, no promises on actually, well, actually, if anything, I might be able to promise that I will not get into Guild Wars 2. Maybe not guaranteed promise, but there's a higher chance of me not getting into Guild Wars 2, but I do want to look into it. It does sound interesting. Like, I'm probably gonna, like, watch some videos on it. Would be interesting to look into. If I leveled this one, Steel Meridian, Suda... No, I don't want to level Suda down. Nexus, no, Red Veil, New Loca. I could do, okay, I can do Suda missions. Defense capture, excavation. Do capture, sure.
You are here to find our target and bring them to the extraction point. Happy hunting.
An interesting place.
I mean, who knows? I want to, like,
Doing this task for me.
kind of get into streaming more than I've been, because up until now, I kind of just, like, stream one day and then don't stream for, like, a month. But it might be good to get into streaming, and who knows? I know, Final Fantasy Online was, like, really good for, viewership and stuff, and making friends, and connecting, and all that kind of stuff through Twitch, and maybe it's just MMOs in general. Maybe it's, like, kind of specifically not Warframe is good for all that kind of stuff, and maybe if I got into Guild Wars 2, that would be something I could stream pretty well. That's not the right way. God, I feel my English is just deteriorating. I am probably gonna have to end stream soon. Was very tired when I started stream, and I've gotten a bit more energy since then, but I should probably not stream too long today. I say as I already streamed 4.5 hours. Get me to extraction.
Great work. I am pleased with your performance.
You prefer to play Guild Wars 2 than watch? Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, a lot of... I feel a lot of the games I want to actually stream, it feels more like just a receptacle for, like, having a conversation, like, not really about what I'm actually doing. I mean, God, I haven't actually, like... We haven't even really been talking about what I've been doing for, like, an hour or two now. Which is kind of unfortunate, because... Well, I mean, I am able to just have a conversation like this, though. But, yeah, like... I wish I was into games that people actually wanted to watch. For the actual content. A bit, at least. Because I can have conversations, but, you know, actually being able to, like, play something that someone wants to watch does help viewership. Does help me connect with people. If I just, like, took it easy, I could probably finish this in the next month. I'll do this at least later, but... Gotta find a balance. That's fair. Yeah, true. And I do actually like interacting with any kind of viewers that I get. I mean, I don't know, if I ever made it big and had, like, thousands of viewers, then I know it's hard to actually interact with the individuals at that point, but, what was I gonna say? I don't know, just, like, I like interacting with chat, and, if I just, I don't know, went and played, like, some super competitive game, like Counter-Strike or Dota or whatever, and, like, didn't actually read chat at all, was just hyper-fixated on the game the whole time, like, why even stream at that point? Just, like, I don't know, make a video and, like, upload it. Like, streaming, in my eyes, is all about, you know, interacting, and, I guess, like, viewers could interact with one another. I don't know. I'm here to make friends, though. I do think that at least right now, the idea of, like, exponentially growing as a streamer is very scary, and I don't know if that's something I want. And so, maybe indie is the better way to go. Maybe I'm like, oh, I want to stream, like, Nintendo games. Maybe that's not the way to go. Maybe I shouldn't stream Mario Kart World like all the other fucking big streamers. That's fair, yeah. That is about skill. I don't know, I've always just thought, like, people like talking to me, people seem to think I'm funny, seem to have fun interacting with me, and so may as well just kind of have that fun, you know, small vibe. If I had, like, 1,000 followers or something, like, that would probably be cool. I mean, if it could make enough money to live off of streaming, that would be cool too, but... Yeah. I don't know, just here to make friends, here to talk to people, here to have human interaction. If I can ever turn it into a job would be cool, but probably not gonna make it into a job if I only stream Warframe. Lamau. I am a yapper, that is true. Yeah. I mean, I completely get how that's your natural response is like, why would I just actually, the first couple times I streamed, I just would just sit in a room and like just the idea of just sitting on my computer, like talking to myself for like 3 hours straight. Like I would just think about that and I was like, I'm insane. I'm delusional. I'm just sitting here talking to myself. And to be fair, when there is no chat, when you are actually just alone on your stream trying to just be entertaining in case someone comes in, it is delusional. You are fucking insane. But even if there's only one person in your chat and they're kind of interacting, or even if they're not interacting, just putting on a show for even just one person, I think, is something that you can just naturally do. Like well, no, not anyone can naturally do, but it's like something that it makes sense to do. It's not, you're not crazy for yapping to one person. I mean, there's a lot of like friendships or relationships where one person is the yapper, the other person is the listener. It's just like that. That is true that you can't really just stream, yeah. I always hear that like growing on Twitch is just almost impossible. Like you have to just get so lucky to actually grow on if you're primarily just a Twitch streamer. And I do hear that and I'm like, I know I should go post on TikTok and fucking Instagram and all this kind of stuff. But it's like, I don't know. I hear all that and it's like, I don't really want to be like an influencer, like a content creator kind of thing. Like the idea of just streaming is nice to me. It's, just turn on the camera. Like, I mean, especially nowadays with like YouTube videos and stuff, there's like, you need so much polish to actually, in my opinion at least, you need so much polish to actually make it and like have people be interested and like respect you. I mean, I know there's so many even like small YouTubers who have editors who they pay to just edit their videos, who are specialized in just editing. And I don't know, like I just like turning on the camera, just like sitting here, just like playing video games and talking to people kind of thing. And I don't know, maybe I'm overestimating my own entertainment value, but I don't want to be like a fucking Mr. Beast with 100 million viewers or XQC or anything. I just want to like, have a small little community. But I should get into like at least like Twitter or Blue Sky or like posting on those. Like that's something that I'm at least familiar with and comfortable with. Yeah, there's that. I don't know if I have, like, stuff that's clip-worthy, though. That's true, yeah. That is actually a pretty good idea. I I know a lot of the clips on Twitch are more like just like one singular just big wow moment, and that I don't know if I necessarily have that because I'm not, you know, some impressive god gamer who like gets a fucking like triple no scope across the map or whatever, but like 2 to 3 minute content is maybe more something that I could do. That's fair, yeah. I want to entertain, I want to have friends, I want to, like, you know, vibe with people. I don't want to just, like, be like, oh, hey, buy my merch. Oh, hey, make sure to like, favorite, subscribe. But I don't know. Maybe that's how you do it. Oh. Okay, I've literally just been, like, sitting here just chatting. What time is it? Oh my god, it's really late. Oh, jeez, I have that in the morning. Yeah, I think I probably need to, like, wrap up stream here. Thank you for hanging out and chatting so much, though. Like, it was really fun. A lot of good insight. Thank you for the follow as well. Yeah, I think I will probably end stream here, but yeah, thanks for hanging out, and I'm definitely gonna try to definitely gonna try. God, I'm gonna try to stream the new update at the very least, new Warframe update. But yeah, see you around if I do, and if you decide to unfollow me or something, no problem. was fun to just hang and chat for now. But yeah, take care of yourself, and I will end stream here and see you later. You too. Have a good night. All right. Peace.